This bill will not improve the safety of any of us in the community. All it does is increase sentence lengths.
A heated debate over the Firefighter Act, how her family thinks this bill will protect others from her same fate.
At some point, we have to be like, this way isn't working.
A business owner expressing her concerns over the city's new bike lanes, why she believes the street is not safe for cyclists.
We're tracking our next weather maker. Already seen some rain showers roll in this morning. We'll talk about the heavy rain and the strong wind on the way later this afternoon.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Early Edition.
Good morning to all of you. Welcome to Fox 45 Early Edition. It is Wednesday, February 28th. I'm Megan Gillen. Usually the last day of the month. Not this year. Meteorologist Justin Chambers taking a look at what these final few days have in store of the month. And we're looking at our next weather maker, Justin.
Yeah, and completely different days from today as opposed to tomorrow. So we're talking about mild conditions, the rain and the wind today, and then much colder for your Thursday, leap day. This is a look at your HD radar right now, getting some light to moderate rain right over Baltimore City. You can see these showers right there on your HD radar. They extend up the 83 and out toward the outer loop of the Beltway out toward Bel Air and Edgewood as well. Kind of the larger picture here showing us some lightning strikes, but well to the north of us. So most of that lightning and the activity there is in central PA as we're just dealing with some light rain showers. But that's going to make the roads a little bit wet on your commute. Check out some of these numbers, low to mid and even upper 50s right now. So very mild air is in place. Weather story looks like this. Mild morning temps, but we're tracking the wind and the rain later today, and then those much colder conditions for your Thursday. Back with your full forecast in just a few.
Thank you, Justin. Looking at your Len Stoller traffic network now. We've got a live look over Towson and Loch Raven Boulevard. We've got light volume out there. As you look at those roads, you can see a little bit of a shine. Some folks, as Justin mentioned, dealing with a little rain already this morning. Two key criminal justice bills are on the table right now in Annapolis as lawmakers discuss a measure to limit early prison release for convicted sex offenders. The bill was introduced after the murder of Baltimore Tech CEO Firefighter. They're also debating Democrats' youth crime proposal, calling for sweeping reform to the state's juvenile justice system.
You got to be frank, I'm really disappointed with it.
I feel good with where it's landing, largely.
In just about 30 minutes, Shannon Lilly will be joining us live with the growing divide in Annapolis when it comes to the Democrats' youth crime proposal. Firefighter's mother, meantime, is speaking to lawmakers as they hold hearings on bills named in her daughter's honor. The 26-year-old Baltimore Tech executive was brutally murdered in the city last year. Lawmakers are reviewing two bills aimed at carrying on LaPere's legacy and making sure what happened to her doesn't happen again.
If we had this law earlier, perhaps he never would have been able to take my daughter's life. And there are other victims too. So it's about time we change what the law is.
The suspect in LaPere's murder, Jason Billingsley, is a convicted rapist. He should have been in prison at the time LaPere was murdered, but he was released early after receiving credits for good behavior. The Firefighter Act would keep violent sex criminals from early release for good behavior. A policy lawmaker says it is necessary for public safety.
We have to balance rehabilitation and redemption with the superseding weight of public safety. That's why. The crime of first-degree rape, which is the most violent of sex offenses, and for which recidivism rates have been found to have had a greater propensity to reoffend and commit future violent offenses, must be recognized, and the law must adjust to that understanding.
The bill has the support of Governor Wes Moore and Mayor Brandon Scott. There will be more debate over the bill before lawmakers make the final vote. LaPere's mother also spoke during a hearing regarding the Firefighter Legacy of Innovation Act. If passed, it would establish a new grant program for student entrepreneurs and startups in Baltimore.
This is an idea that originated from Prava herself, who knew well the impact of early stage grants, as her company, EcoMap, received a similar grant early on when they needed it the most.
Let's make money available. These young students have the ideas, they have the momentum and the energy. One thing they're lacking is the funding. We'll make the grants available so that they can keep their companies going.
Fox 45 News will continue to follow all of these bills in the coming days. For our complete coverage on session 2024, you can head to foxbaltimore.com. Continuing coverage now this morning, a Baltimore business owner says the addition of a bike lane in front of her business is creating more hazards on the road, including a car crashing into her storefront.
As I was leaving, I saw brake lights all over the sidewalk. They don't realize that people are going like 50 miles an hour coming from the highway, and so they get T-boned and creamed.
The city calls the newly designed 28th Street a complete street, but Laura Schneider, the business owner we just heard from there, is convinced the street is not safe for those on or near the road. One city council member, however, believes bike lanes improve traffic.
I'm a big fan of bike lanes as traffic calming, and I do think that we just have to have a better way of communicating all of this and making sure everybody's part of the planning process.
If your values are about cyclists and safety, well, I'm a cyclist, and I'm telling you that I don't feel safe.
The city council has called a public hearing next Thursday to better understand the problems posed by complete streets. Baltimore City is in the middle of a multi-million-dollar bike lane plan, and residents have been voicing frustration over it for months. Back in December on Harford Road in Hamilton, the city reduced a 4-lane road to 2 lanes to accommodate new bike lanes. But residents say that they have seen traffic lined up for blocks, with the bike lanes hardly getting any use. And last September in West Baltimore, 2 lanes of westbound traffic on Gwynns Falls Parkway were cut down to 1, leaving no lane for emergency vehicles. Former Baltimore Mayor Jack Young says that he regrets a pro-bike lane proposal that he signed 5 years ago.
My thought was that we need to have alternative for people who ride bikes to be able to get around the city, but not to the magnitude of this. You know, it's just totally ridiculous how they're building all these bike lanes, putting these flex lanes up, and the streets look a mess.
Residents along Gwynns Falls Parkway say they aren't against bikes, but they want the city to stop building lanes on roads that cannot accommodate them. Riding towards a greener future. Just ahead, the new program that aims for a cleaner and eco-friendly Maryland. And our next weather maker bringing heavy rain and wind. Meteorologist Justin Chambers is tracking how long it sticks around. It's 4:37 now on Fox 45 Early Edition. All local, all morning.
Tracking our next weather maker here just about 4:40 on your Wednesday morning. This is what it looks like on our HD radar. Seeing a couple of these light showers, even moderate showers right there in Baltimore City, moving out toward parts of eastern Baltimore County and out toward Harford County as well. So this is what we're seeing right now, just kind of a little preview. We're going to see the wind really pick up today. In fact, we've got wind advisories. They don't start until 6 o'clock tonight, but we're talking about west-northwesterly wind, 25 to 35. Could see some gusts near 40, 50, and even 55 miles an hour. This is going to be coming late tonight into early tomorrow morning. So could be knocking down loose objects, possibly trees, and power outages will be possible. So for your out the door cast, maybe a light jacket, at least a rain jacket to have for you later today. And the umbrella, really no need for the sunglasses as we'll have a lot of cloud cover and those showers rolling in later this afternoon. We'll take you through it hour by hour coming up in a few.
All right, Justin, thank you. Trending now this morning, the Maryland Transit Administration is celebrating the launch of 7 new zero-emission buses across the state. This is part of a pilot program with the goal of upgrading the entire fleet. Governor Wes Moore says this is a huge step toward a green future in Maryland.
Zero-emission buses mean higher air quality for our region, and they operate quieter than conventional buses, which reduces noise pollution. Today's launch represents our commitment to meeting climate goals and a better future for ourselves and the generations to come.
These 7 buses, they really are just the start. They're an important start of where we are going, and they're an important start for our dedication, our commitment to be able to build out a larger electric fleet in the state of Maryland. And we're starting with these 7 buses because we have to get this moment right.
The governor also addressing the importance of tackling climate change. His Climate Solutions Now Act looks to reduce greenhouse gas emissions by 60% by 2031 and 100% clean energy by 2035.
It is a device that can stop blood loss in the case of an emergency. I'm Liz Bonus. Will show you how it was designed and how it might make a difference saving lives. That is just ahead.
But first, here's what's ahead this morning on the National Desk.
I'm Jan Jeffcoat. This morning on the National Desk, public buses and trains off the rails. A closer look at mass transit dying across America. This morning on the National Desk, America's News Now, weekday mornings.
You can watch the National Desk on our sister station, the CW Baltimore, weekdays from 6 to 9 a.m. It's 4:42. You're watching Fox 45 Early Edition, all local, all morning. A health watch for you this morning. A new device designed by a university student may soon be on the market to help in emergencies. Medical reporter Liz Bonus explains how it works.
Hey there, everybody. Hello to you. This device designed to help stop blood loss in an emergency situation. It is the brainchild of a student who was also an emergency medical services or EMS worker. You see, quite often when an EMS worker arrives on the scene of an emergency, as Lauren Edmondson shows us in this demonstration photo, she'd have to apply pressure to stop bleeding from a neck artery. But working with her allied health team as a student at Ohio's Cedarville University, along with Professor Dr. Tim Norman, she helped design what is called an arterial restrictive clamp to do the same thing.
So you would take this device, you would put it underneath, and you would just ratchet it down.
As Dr. Norman showed us, it places pressure where it's needed as you transport the patient for help.
The advantage here to this particular design is that we have a carotid open on the other side, so we can still feed the brain with oxygen. We're also opening the throat area so we can still breathe.
Battlefield and wartime use also part of the mission for this device.
It has multiple functions. We can use it as a jungular tourniquet as well. We can pull this off if we're not using it for this particular thing, and we can pull this out here. This is used for a femoral tourniquet with a strap that we provide. We can also take this. There's a light at the end of it here. We can expand the length. There's a light with a switch. We can use it for a laryngoscope for intubation. So it has multiple functions for a medic who would be in the battlefield trying to address a number of injuries that were on the battlefield.
Now, they do expect to learn more about FDA approval in the coming weeks. When we learn it, we will share it with you. With your health news, I'm Liz Bonus reporting.
Liz, thank you. We want to take a live look over the Inner Harbor here this morning, and also Towson. Our camera's there showing a preview as our next weather maker begins to move in. We're going to be looking at some heavy rain and strong winds later today. We want to bring in meteorologist Justin Chambers. He's timing this out with how long this weather maker will be lasting. Justin, what are we seeing?
Yeah, we're talking about later this afternoon that wind is really going to pick up the rain as well as that heavy rain that you mentioned. Right now, getting a few light showers moving through the Baltimore region at this time. The wind advisory doesn't go into effect until tonight, so we'll talk more about that here in just a moment. But our HD radar is showing us that we're already seeing some light showers. It's just a little bit of a preview of what we're going to see later because those roads will be wet as you get out and about. Very active weather just to the west of us. Look at all of that lightning and all of those thunderstorms and even tornado watches, even some tornado warnings there in areas close to the Ohio River Valley. That's ahead of that strong cold front. So that's what we're watching as it moves closer to us, getting into the later part of the afternoon and into your Wednesday evening. Now, we also have from the Storm Prediction Center a marginal risk for severe weather. This is a 1 on a scale of 1 to 5, but it does encompass it does include most of western Maryland and even parts of Carroll and northern Baltimore County under that marginal risk. So we could see some thunderstorms move through as this system gets closer to us later today. Now, in terms of this morning, this is the hourly future scan. You'll see a few more showers about 7, 8 o'clock this morning, and then possibly seeing some moderate rain right around 9 a.m. Westminster over to Cockeysville, those areas in yellow. Then we'll see another round of those showers through midday today. Notice the arrows. That's where the wind is coming from. So it's that southerly wind bringing in that milder, warm air that is going to be ahead of that cold front. As we get into Wednesday afternoon, we're talking about 2, 3 o'clock. Still a southerly wind, but then the strongest rain or the heaviest rain and the potential for thunderstorms probably about 3, 4 o'clock on your Wednesday afternoon and into Wednesday evening. Now look at that wind shifting here. So 4, 5, 6 p.m. Now it's going to be more of a westerly and that stronger wind back behind that system, but quickly pushing those showers out of here as we head into your Wednesday night. Now, here's a look at your rainfall totals. We picked up some rain yesterday, and close to an inch of rain in addition to what we saw yesterday is what we're going to see for this afternoon with the rain that's coming through. Here's the wind that we're talking about, the wind advisory. So it doesn't start until 6 o'clock tonight, but we're talking the potential for that west-northwesterly wind, 25, 35, even gusts near 40 and 55 miles an hour. So that's what we have to look for as we head into this evening. In terms of our temperatures, definitely warming up. We're talking mid to upper 60s as we get later into the afternoon today, and most of us well above average, but that's going to change quickly as we head toward tomorrow. In fact, look how much we fall off. We're going to be about 20 degrees colder tomorrow with highs back into the mid to upper 40s. But it's short-lived. We are getting closer to spring. First day of meteorological spring is on Friday, and the first weekend of March actually not looking too bad, with 50s and even those 60s coming right back into play. So here's that 7-day forecast. Lots of stuff to get through here. We've got some more showers coming through Friday into early Saturday, but for the most part, the rest of the weekend will be dry, and we're drying out nicely as we head toward next week as well. Now let's get an update on mass transit. Mark Jones with the MTA.
Well, good morning, Justin. Good morning, everyone. Out there on the MARC train system, you'll find Penn Train 401 operating with a delay. It's running about 5 minutes late. The other trains and lines of MARC look good for the commute start. Out there on light rail, you'll find on-time service in both directions. No delays, no issues there. And Metro Subway on time between Owings Mills and Hopkins Station. For the MTA Transit team, I'm Mark Jones.
Thank you, Mark. The Senate committee is moving forward with a bill from top Democrats dealing with juvenile crime. When we could expect lawmakers to vote on the bill. And mayoral candidates speaking at an environmental forum as quality of life crimes continue to spike. It's 4:51 and you're watching Fox 45 Early Edition, all local, all morning. Firefighters are dying of cancer at young ages, and new questions are being raised about what is being done to protect the people who protect us. Spotlight on America first reported about the heightened risk of cancer among firefighters last month. National correspondent Lisa Fletcher is taking those questions to Congress.
When terrorists hit the Pentagon with a passenger jet on September 11th, 2001, firefighter Brian Harisic had a week-old baby.
Brian looked at me and said, "Hey, I have to go to work."
Harisic was dedicated to his career, serving as a medic and firefighter. That baby, his daughter Madison, now 22, is navigating life without her dad.
My dad was my best friend on the planet.
Last year, at age 51, he died of pancreatic cancer, leaving his family wondering if the profession he loved may have caused the disease that took his life. In 2023, 72% of line-of-duty deaths for firefighters were from cancer. Among the unique risks, toxic PFAS chemicals, known carcinogens, coating their turnout gear.
I am concerned at the slow pace that we are moving to address this real problem.
Massachusetts Congressman Jim McGovern has been among the loudest voices on this issue for more than 6 years and is a co-sponsor of a new bill to get the PFAS out of firefighter gear. But this isn't a first attempt. Despite multiple bills addressing this, nothing has passed at the federal level to ban the chemicals or force insurance companies to cover early cancer screening for firefighters.
Seems like it takes a long time for the urgency of something to reach the levels at which change happens.
It is frustrating and it is maddening that we are moving at such a slow pace. I mean, there are chemical companies and there are corporate interests and there's lots of money that is involved, and as a result, there's always an excuse not to move forward.
6 years ago, Congress created the Firefighter Cancer Registry to gather information for prevention and diagnosis, but its creation was met with little urgency.
Congress passed the Firefighter Cancer Registry in 2018. It's now 2024. There's still no usable data.
There's no excuse for that. There's no excuse at all. And there's no excuse, again, for Congress not acting more deliberately. The lack of action on PFAS, the runaround on screening for cancer for firefighters, all that, is something that we should be ashamed about. Our firefighters deserve a hell of a lot better.
And for the Harisic family, that starts with cancer testing for firefighters early and often.
Had they caught it a month earlier, 2 months earlier, would we have been able to change the ending? These people go in and they risk their lives every day to be the light in someone's storm. We need to do the same for them.
Congressman McGovern is fighting to do just that and losing patience for the inaction in Washington.
How the hell were we so complacent for all these years? I mean, what the hell are we waiting for?
For Spotlight on America, I'm Lisa Fletcher.
I'm really bugged about the lack of accurate data.
The juvenile crime bills continue to dominate much of the discussion in Annapolis, why some are not satisfied with the Democrats' youth crime bill, despite the unanimous support from the committee.
This administration believes that the quality of life crimes are no concern.
Meanwhile, mayoral candidates are set to address key environmental issues amid the rise in quality of life crimes.
Well, we're tracking our next weather maker, bringing rain and wind to the region and a big cool down for tomorrow. We're going to talk about all of that coming up.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Early Edition.
Good morning on this Wednesday, February 28th. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Tom Rogers, and yeah, we are warm, windy, and wet today on this Wednesday.
Super warm this morning. I mean, I took my coat off, left it in the car. Meteorologist Justin Chambers is here, but it's going to be accompanied with something we don't necessarily want.
Yeah, well, you need the raincoat later. That's what we're going to be talking about, and the umbrellas, too, as our next weather maker rolls in. Already seen some of that rain right now. Let's take you outside and show you what's going on. This is our Towson camera. Those roads are definitely wet from the rain that we saw that just rolled through a little while ago. In fact, you can actually see this HD radar as you roll it back a couple of minutes, and we can see that right through parts of Baltimore City and County and then moving out toward Edgewood. And the larger picture is showing us that we have a few of these showers that are still going to roll through over the next hour or so, and then more rain is on the way for the morning, and then the heavy rain and the wind is picking up later today. But here are some of those temperatures we're talking about. Low to mid and upper 50s right now, so definitely that mild air is in place. We got to the mid 60s yesterday afternoon. Mild morning temperatures. We're tracking the wind and the rain, and then much colder for tomorrow. I am going to put a yellow light on your morning drive. As Mr. Bo says, take it slow because those roads will be wet and you may encounter some more rain as you get to the second half of the commute. Back with your full forecast in just a few.
If I were mayor, heads would be rolling for the unexcusable behavior.
People don't feel safe, and it's very frustrating.
We're going to continue to focus on that. We, as an administration, here, as the police department in Baltimore City, have always been focused on quality of life crimes.
Happening today, the top mayoral candidates are attending a forum to discuss environmental issues facing Baltimore.
Olivia Dance joins us live with the details and why the topic of the forum may cause frustration. Olivia.
Teresa, at 5 this evening at Lebanon Baptist Church, and as you mentioned, the top mayoral candidates will be discussing.
All right, thank you, Olivia. Yeah, we appreciate that. We'll get back out to her here in just a little bit.
Well, in your Session 2024 coverage now, lawmakers in Annapolis are debating Democrats' youth crime proposal, calling for sweeping reform to the state's juvenile justice system.
You got to be frank, I'm really disappointed with it.
I feel good with where it's landing, largely.
State Democrats hoped to tackle some of Maryland's youth crime issues during a juvenile justice hearing, but there is a growing divide in Annapolis.
And Shannon Lilly is joining us live this morning with more on the debate surrounding the next steps forward. Shannon?
Yeah, we know, Tom and Patrice, that the large juvenile crime bill from top Democrats is moving forward both in the House and Senate. In fact, we do expect more discussion to be happening in the House today. But we also know that there are some changes being made, some amendments being made, and that's causing some frustration amongst some people. In fact, in the House version of the bill, we know that at least a total of 14 amendments are being made, and some are small technical tweaks. Others change what crimes kids between 10 and 13 can be charged with. Lawmakers approved the changes, but ultimately had to wait to cast a vote, and that vote, though, could happen as early as today.
Meantime,
you got to be frank, I'm really disappointed with it. I'd love to have more guardrails around juvenile offenders that offend multiple times, juvenile offenders that commit various crimes. I'm really bugged about the lack of accurate data.
So Delegate Robin Grammer there is a member of the House committee helping craft the policy plans that are moving forward. And he says he still wants more data about juvenile crime. Right now, the Department of Juvenile Services says juvenile crime statewide is declining, but that is not what we continue to hear from prosecutors and communities dealing with the realities of the crime crisis at home. Grammer says he tried to require data reporting from each jurisdiction in Maryland, but that effort failed. Meanwhile, the Senate's version of the bill continues to be tweaked as well. We know that it moved out of committee with amendments and it's going to the floor this week. So, of course, we'll keep an eye on both versions of these bills as changes continue to be made. Reporting live, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 News, Early Edition.
Thank you, Shannon. 5:02 now, and the Maryland Public Defender's Office is frustrated with this youth crime bill, saying it's not based on actual crime data.
The public defender, Natasha Dartigue, argues the bill focuses on measures that have been proven to fail in reforming young offenders. She says she'd rather see proactive plans that keep children away from committing crime. Now, many prosecutors in Maryland support the plan.
Baltimore City State's Attorney Ivan Bates and Prince George's County State's Attorney Aisha Braveboy say the bills are not about putting young people in jail. They argue the bills focus on safety and accountability.
I think one of the things, we're so focused on our children, which is very important, but we also have to give focus on the victims.
We have victims who deserve justice. We have a community that deserves safety, and we have individuals who need to be taught a lesson. While I believe in appropriate punishment, appropriate sentencing, I also believe that we have to give people a realistic pathway to come home and be stronger and better citizens.
Well, when it comes to changes in the bill, we have seen lawmakers pass watered-down versions in the past.
Former Governor Larry Hogan pushed for the Judicial Transparency Act for years. When lawmakers did pass the bill, it did not include some of its key points.
The original bill would have published sentencing data with judges' names attached to better hold them accountable for the decisions that come out of their courtrooms.
The bill lawmakers passed stripped judges' names out of the language, so sentencing data is just published based on jurisdiction. Now, when it comes to juvenile crime bill, Pastor P.M. Smith says lawmakers need to listen to their constituents.
They are not listening to us, and your voting viewers need to take this position. When you stop listening to me, I stop voting for you. Stop sending them down there.
Well, that brings us to our question of the day. If juvenile crime legislation fails to pass, will it change the way you vote in the upcoming election? So far, 96% of those who voted say yes. To make your voice heard, head to foxbaltimore.com/vote.
Again, that's not what's happening in reality.
And what you're speaking
well,
to,
apparently, I don't know.
What you're speaking to is a sentencing issue. What you're speaking
no,
to is.
No.
The hearing over the Pablo LaPere Act heats up. Why two public defenders are now pushing back.
If your values are about cyclists and safety, well, I'm a cyclist, and I'm telling you that I don't feel safe.
A redesigned street is drawing complaints after the city eliminated a lane of traffic and installed parklets in a bike lane, while one business owner says it is creating more hazards on the road.
We're tracking our next weather maker, bringing rain and wind to the region, and then a big change with our temperatures. We're going to talk all about that coming up on Fox 45 Early Edition.
Right now, fire crews in Texas are battling 4 major wildfires.
Now, one is threatening a nuclear weapons plant. We want to get right over to Megan Gillen at our live center with the disaster declarations now in place. Megan.
Yeah, a lot going on, guys. We want to take a look here. This is the current wildfire map there in Texas. Right here in red, those are the 4 big ones, with the biggest being the most northern right there. This is the smokehouse fire right now. It is 0% contained here at this hour. Take a look. This is actually video just into our newsroom from that scene there. As you approach it in that vehicle, you see the flames. The smokehouse fire has already grown to be the 5th largest in state history, even crossing over state lines into Oklahoma overnight. We want to take you live now to Austin, Texas, where the governor has now issued a disaster declarations for 60 counties. Some schools have canceled class. Several communities now under evacuation orders as the fires in this area threaten homes and threaten businesses. Another major concern, we mentioned this, the nuclear weapons facility in Amarillo, Texas. You can see fire burning. This was near the plant yesterday. Now, just hours ago, an update from officials. They are now announcing they are evacuating until further notice after flames got dangerously close to that property there.
We have not been able to get air tankers. So far, none have been available for this area. There are a lot of wildfires going on, and that's why I want to really encourage all of the people, the citizens of the Panhandle, when you're traveling around here, be very fire aware.
And one of the reasons why they're having trouble, the wind, only intensifying conditions overnight. But latest check here from the National Weather Service, conditions improving as that system moves out. Those high wind warnings now moving east. We want to bring in meteorologist Justin Chambers with the impacts being felt closer to home. I know, Justin, you're talking about wind. Is this part of that same system?
Not necessarily the same system, Meg, but we're definitely going to see that wind that is going to pick up, especially as that cold front moves through later this afternoon, and then that wind is going to shift, and that's why we've got wind advisories. Now, notice on these wind advisories, if you can go ahead and take that weather one, please. On the wind advisories, the windy conditions here, they don't go into effect until 6 o'clock tonight, and then they'll go through early tomorrow morning, where you can see those gusts near 55 miles an hour. So that could cause trees to come down, especially with all the rain we're going to get later today, and that could also cause some power outages. So kind of secure the loose objects today. Don't have the flags up. Just put them inside for the next couple of days. Temperature-wise across the state, look at how mild we are. 50s and even some lower 60s this morning, and we're only going to warm up as we get later into the day today as well. But your morning drive definitely going to be wet with some more of those showers we're seeing right now, and more of that rain will develop later this morning and into your evening commute. So both commutes going to be impacted from this weather maker. Back with your full forecast. We'll do that in just a few minutes.
Thank you, Justin. 150 Macy's stores, they're shutting down. Why the chain is closing 30% of its stores.
It will take a bigger wallet to see It's a Small World how much Disney World prices are going up. 5:11, you're watching Fox 45 Early Edition, all local, all morning.
5:14, and in your consumer news this Wednesday morning, Macy's has been in business for more than 160 years, and in the past 6 months has made some major changes, it says, to survive. The company announcing the first change involves downsizing, closing 150 underperforming stores. After that, Macy's will focus mostly on expanding Bloomingdale's, a luxury store overperforming the Macy's brand. The moves are driven by a decade or so of middle-class declines and increased online competition. Starbucks is having a change of heart. The coffee chain says it will begin talks with the Workers United Union to reach bargaining agreements and develop a framework for workers to organize. The hope is any deal will resolve a lawsuit between the two sides. The company has fought aggressively against stores unionizing. The National Labor Relations Board has accused Starbucks of violating labor law, and accusation the company denies. The union is welcoming Starbucks' new move. Both sides hope to be back at the bargaining table in the coming weeks.
According to data from the Labor Department, food prices are at an all-time high in the U.S. Prices at restaurants were up 5.5% last month compared to January. Grocery costs increased 1.2% as well. Analysts expect prices to decline this year, though, as customers cut back on their purchase or they move toward off-brand products. Now, from your food to your entertainment, Walt Disney World released its ticket prices for 2025, and in many cases, the cost has gone up. Among the increases, going to Disney's Animal Kingdom will be $119 per person next year. That is $10 more. Higher prices also in store for the other parks, including a $5 hike at Magic Kingdom. There's also a $5 to $10 rise in many of the park hopper options, which allows visitors to go from one theme park to another on the same day. Walt Disney World's last major ticket price increase was 2022, so barely more than a year ago.
Yeah. That's all going up. All right, we're taking a live look now over Gardner Harbor and Towson as our next weather maker will be bringing some heavy rain and really dangerously strong winds.
We saw some of that yesterday. The winds were blowing. I had to grab my pillows outside. Meteorologist Justin Chambers here with how long this weather maker is going to stick around.
Yeah, we're talking about later this afternoon into the evening. That's when we'll see the strongest winds. We're going to have rain for the morning commute and then for the evening commute too, and that heavy rain that will be possible. Looking outside right now, calm conditions. We've got a few showers that have been rolling through just in the last hour or so. But look at that temperature, 57 degrees at BWI Thurgood Marshall. Really no official wind blowing right now, but as I mentioned, that is definitely going to change. We do have the potential for some thunderstorm activity. In fact, the Storm Prediction Center right there in most of Frederick County, northern Carroll County, and just that northwestern tip of Baltimore County under a marginal risk for severe weather. So that's 1 on a scale of 1 to 5. But you can see as we zoom out, this expands all the way back through western Maryland, all the way up through central PA and down south on the other side of the mountains there into parts of West Virginia. So this is all part of that next weather maker that's getting going here. Look at this. All of these areas in yellow in the Mid-South and the Ohio River Valley, those are tornado watches. Even seeing a few tornado warnings that were popping up near Columbus, Ohio this morning, back through Lexington, Kentucky. Look at all of that lightning, too, all of the thunderstorms that are associated along that cold front. And that's what's going on. It's the changing in the temperatures. So we've got that warm and mild air out ahead of the cold front. And then look at that. Now we've got snow back in the upper Midwest and parts of Chicago where they were dealing with thunderstorms and showers yesterday, and now it's going to be snow. But we're going to get that colder air moving in tomorrow. So that's what we're tracking as the next weather maker gets closer to us. What's going to happen is the wind is going to shift. So we start off this morning with a southerly wind. This is about 7 o'clock this morning. Notice we got those showers here, and through at 9, 10 o'clock, we'll still see that potential of a couple of moderate rain showers for your kind of the second half of the commute. As we get through midday today, off and on showers, still a southerly wind. And then this is about 2 o'clock this afternoon. More rain is going to roll in. Wind is going to still be from the south and southwest, but the heaviest rain looks to be about 3, 4, 5 p.m., right on the second half of that, or the evening commute. And then that wind is going to shift, and you can really see that right there. This is about 4, 5, 6 p.m. Now more of a westerly and northwesterly wind. All of this moisture quickly pushes out of here, and it's pretty much done by Wednesday night. We are going to get another potential almost inch of rain across most of the region here. This is adding to the rain that we saw yesterday, which wasn't much, but either way, more rain is on the way. And here's the wind advisory. This goes into effect at 6 o'clock tonight. Pretty much the entire area under the beige there. That's when we're seeing those wind gusts that could could get in that 40, 50, and even close to 60 miles an hour. So batten down the hatches, as we say, as the kids get to the bus stop. Beep, beep. Temperatures mild this morning. Make sure the kids have the rain jacket and the rain gear. Umbrellas needed, but you got to hang on to them this afternoon with that wind kicking up, and highs that will get to the mid to upper 60s. We're dropping down to the upper 40s tomorrow, breezy and colder. And then as we get back into Friday and Saturday, those numbers are going to come back up. We'll see a few showers late Friday into early Saturday, but drying out for the second half of the weekend with more 60s on the way next week.
Well, let's take a look at your Lens Solar Traffic Network as we don't have any major incidents to report throughout the Baltimore roadways here. In fact, it looks pretty good, but you can still see those slick road conditions Justin was talking about as the rain is slightly starting to fall, but that wind is going to pick up a little bit later on. As you can see, some of the cameras starting to shake a little bit. Now we want to get a check of your mass transit. We have Mark Jones in the MTA. Happy Hump Day, Mark.
Happy Hump Day, Tom. Good morning, everyone. Out there on the MARC train system, you'll find Penn Train 401 operating with a 15 to 20-minute delay. Allow time in that instance. The other trains and lines at MARC look good for the start. Out there on light rail, no delays on time, but Metro Subway has single tracking between Old Court and Owings Mills for track repairs. Expect about a 10-minute delay in your travels on Metro. For the MTA Transit team, I'm Mark Jones.
Thank you, Mark.
2 juveniles are among 6 suspects charged for nearly 80 violent crimes. What they're being charged for.
Baltimore County residents continue to voice their concern about proposed development across the county, while some say the 10-year plan is moving too quickly. 521, you're watching Fox 45's Early Edition. We're all local all morning.
.524 making headlines around the state. 6 suspects, including 2 juveniles, are now linked to at least 80 violent crimes across Baltimore City and Baltimore County.
Attorney General Anthony Brown announces hundreds of charges against a gang. Officials say they have linked the 6 suspects to dozens of violent crimes, including murder, attempted murder, and carjackings. And though almost all of those crimes were committed in Baltimore City, the case is also being pursued in Baltimore County.
While we don't go into detail about the tactical or strategic reasons behind why we may bring a case in a particular venue, the enabling statute that we operate in gives us that flexibility to do that.
These individuals have done extensive damage to the city's neighborhoods and communities.
Investigators did not give details about the exact ages or alleged involvement of the two juvenile suspects, but one of those juveniles is allegedly linked to a dozen or more of these crimes.
Baltimore County Police are providing an update on a shooting in Towson. They say a man was shot multiple times along Laughlin Circle yesterday afternoon. The victim was taken to the hospital. Police have not released his condition, but say that he is stable. There are no details about potential suspects or what led up to the shooting.
Continuing coverage this morning, many Baltimore County residents gathered to voice their frustration with the county's recent development plans, which seek to revitalize Baltimore County by investing in government buildings, county infrastructure, schools, and housing.
Well, some residents want to make sure that schools aren't overcrowded and that there is enough infrastructure to support more development. Council member David Marks says the 10-year plan is moving too quickly to keep up with the existing infrastructure.
We have to have the roads fixed, some open space, good connections to public resources, and we have to fix the schools. There's an awful lot of housing units already out there. I would say that we welcome all suggestions from all people, but we're not going to be pushing this process along at breakneck speed.
While some say affordable housing and apartment complexes are not the answers, others in the community say the need is critical. Nick Stewart with We the People worries this situation is becoming dire.
There is a housing crisis in our county and in the state of Maryland. What we were talking about was only about creating a certain amount of housing in connection with those abandoned properties that exist in our county. It wasn't about making our county a city.
Well, for more information on Baltimore County's development plan and our full coverage of the issue, you can head to foxbaltimore.com.
Our next weather maker is bringing heavy rain and wind later today. Weather Authority is tracking just how long it will last.
Hunter Biden is testifying in front of Congress today in an impeachment inquiry into President Biden. The key details about that meeting, 5:26 is the time.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Early Edition.
Welcome back on this Wednesday morning. 5:29 is the time. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Tom Rogers, and yeah, it's definitely warm. In fact, I drove over 4 frogs on the way in. There were frogs all over the roads this morning.
Please, never let my child hear you say that. She is a frog fan.
I'm sure they were able to hop away.
She wants them all over the house.
They're still hopping, I'm sure.
Meteorologist Justin Chambers is here, and it was warm. I saw 58 degrees this morning.
Yeah, a lot of us are still in those 50s right now, so definitely that mild air is in place as our next weather maker rolls in. All those temperatures are going to do or go up as we head into the later part of the day today. We'll take you to your HD radar right now, and this is what we're seeing. We saw a few of those light showers that just moved through Baltimore City down through Annapolis, now moving out toward you on the eastern shore, even up toward Aberdeen and Elkton. Chestertown seeing some rain all the way down through Kent Island there on the eastern shore. And we zoom out a little bit further, you can see some of the heavier rain is north on 83. So if you're heading up to Lancaster or Harrisburg this morning, you're going to run into that. We'll take a break from the rain, at least temporarily, for the next few hours, but then another round of rain is coming in later this morning. Temperatures in the low to mid and upper 50s. These are the mild conditions we were just talking about. Even 61 in Denton right now, 58 in Chestertown and Easton. So I'm going to keep the yellow light there on your morning drive. Mr. Bo says take it slow. Those roads are wet and will continue to be wet through most of the morning as well. We'll be in the 60s today. We're back to the 40s tomorrow. Big old dose of reality there as we have the last day of the month and the last day of meteorological winter. But then as we get into spring on Friday, at least meteorologically speaking, back to the mid 50s. We're back with your full forecast coming up in a few.
Let's take a look at your Lynn Solar Traffic Network and taking a look over Towson right at Loch Raven Boulevard here, 695, the inner and outer loops here. No accidents reported around the Baltimore region at this time. Volume slowly starting to pick up as everyone's waking up on this wet Wednesday morning. Well, in your Session 2024 coverage, lawmakers in Annapolis continue to discuss a bill named after Baltimore Tech CEO Pavel Lepere. She was killed in her apartment building last fall.
The bill would limit early release from prison for the most violent convicted sex offenders.
Shannon Lilly joining us live this morning with a heated exchange among lawmakers. Shannon.
Yeah, tensions certainly ran high, Tom and Patrice, but even more debate is expected before this bill is put to a final vote. This latest exchange, though, is between some who oppose the bill and one senator pushing back. Take a listen.
This bill will not improve the safety of any of us in the community. All it does is increase sentence lengths.
We have these diminution credits that reduce these sentences significantly.
They do not reduce the sentences that significantly for crimes of violence. You see the 30 days, I believe.
Did you just miss the testimony that I heard? Here's an idea. Why don't we hold people accountable to the length of the sentence that they get?
So that was Senator William Folden, the Republican from Frederick County, pushing back against 2 public defenders opposing the bill at the Senate's Judicial Proceedings Committee yesterday. Among those standing at the hearing in support, Baltimore City Councilman and Public Chair Mark Conway and City State's Attorney Ivan Bates, along with Pavel Lepere's mother.
I speak on behalf of myself, my husband, my son. We're committed to turning our horrific tragedy into a positive good.
She is pushing for Senate Bill 1098, or the Pavel Marie Lepere Act, and it is named after her daughter, who was murdered in September. If passed, the bill would prevent those convicted of violent sex crimes from earning so-called good time credits toward an early release from prison. In Lepere's case, Jason Billingsley, who was indicted in her murder, had received those very credits and was released early from prison following a 2015 conviction on a sex offense. Then less than a year later, he was charged in Lepere's murder. So again, we do expect further debate and conversation over this bill before it's put to a final vote. But we should note that both Governor Wes Moore and Mayor Brandon Scott support this bill. Reporting live, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 News, Early Edition.
Lepere's mother also spoke during a hearing regarding the Pavel Lepere Legacy of Innovation Act. If passed, it would establish a new grant program for student entrepreneurs and startups in Baltimore.
This is an idea that originated from Prava herself, who knew well the impact of early stage grants, as her company, EcoMap, received a similar grant early on when they needed it the most.
Let's make money available. These young students have the ideas, they have the momentum and the energy. One thing they're lacking is the funding. We'll make the grants available so that they can keep their companies going.
Fox 45 News will continue to follow all of these bills in the coming days. For our complete coverage on this session, head to foxbaltimore.com.
If you feel your crime concerns are not being heard, you can reach out to your lawmakers. Take a moment to look at your screen. House Speaker Adrian Jones, Senate President Bill Ferguson, two of the most powerful voices in Annapolis. Their phone numbers and email addresses are right there.
When the street moved closer to us, I said to the community association that we were going to get hit, and they acted like I was crazy.
Well, continuing coverage this morning, a Baltimore business owner says the addition of a bike lane in front of her business is creating more hazards. Just recently, a car crashed into her storefront.
Olivia Dance joining us live this morning with her concerns and how the city has now responded. Olivia?
Well, Tom and Patrice, Baltimore City Council has called a public hearing for next Thursday to better understand the problems posed by complete streets or streets with bike lanes, just like 28th Street, which is what we're on right now. But walk over here with me just a little bit. I want to show you. Meanwhile, you can still see the damage outside of Fringe Salon here from when a car came barreling into the side of the salon. When the city redesigned this road last summer, it eliminated a lane of traffic, added parklets and a bike lane, and moved the remaining lane of traffic closer to Laura Schneider's salon. So making turns, she says, suddenly it became a safety hazard.
And they don't realize that people are going like 50 miles an hour coming from the highway, and so they get T-boned and creamed. Your values are about cyclists and safety. Well, I'm a cyclist, and I'm telling you that I don't feel safe.
Now, the city calls this newly designed street a complete street, but Schneider is convinced this street is not a safe street for those on the road or near the road. She complains that construction had already begun before the community even had a chance to speak. And as I mentioned, City Council has called a hearing for next week to examine complaints about complete streets. Of course, we'll be monitoring that meeting to see what solutions, if any, they come up with. And also, the city has installed barriers just like these two right here. We can see them in some other areas on this street as well to protect Schneider's business. So hopefully that helps as well. But for now, reporting live in Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45, Early Edition.
Thank you, Olivia. Baltimore City is in the middle of a multi-million-dollar bike lane plan, but residents have been voicing frustration with the issue for months. In December, right on Harford Road in Hamilton, the city reduced a 4-lane road to 2 lanes to accommodate new bike lanes. But residents say they have seen traffic lined up for blocks, with the bike lanes hardly getting any use.
And last September in West Baltimore, 2 lanes of westbound traffic on Gwynns Falls Parkway were cut to 1, leaving no lane for emergency vehicles. Former Baltimore Mayor Jack Young says he regrets a pro-bike lane proposal that he signed 5 years ago.
My thought was that we need to have alternative for people who ride bikes to be able to get around the city, but not to the magnitude of this. You know, it's just totally ridiculous how they're building all these bike lanes, putting these flex lanes up, and the streets look a mess.
Residents along Gwynns Falls Parkway say they aren't against bikes, but they want the city to stop building lanes on roads that can't accommodate them.
Today, members of the House Oversight and Judiciary Committees will be interviewing President Joe Biden's son during a closed-door session.
Let's get over to Megan Gillen in our live center with what we know about this hearing. Megan.
Yeah, taking you live to Capitol Hill here this morning, guys, where Hunter Biden will be interviewed in just a few hours. And this is part of the impeachment inquiry into President Biden. Hunter reportedly agreeing to the deposition after 2 key concessions from Republicans. The first, the deposition will not be filmed. And the second, the transcript will be released quickly to the public to avoid selective leaks. Republicans are expected to ask about his father's role in his work life and about ethical implications of his art career. We are told, though, that Hunter will be limited in what he can tell the committee about matters related to the 2 federal criminal indictments that he is also facing right now. Today's hearing comes after months of public and private wrangling, political stunts, and the threat of criminal contempt charges. We'll, of course, keep you posted on any new developments out of Washington right here from our live center.
You got to be frank, I'm really disappointed with it.
I think the structure is right.
Lawmakers in Annapolis waiting to cast their vote on the Democrats' youth crime proposal. Why some are still disagreeing with the proposal, as changes could still be made.
Governor Wes Moore working to make Maryland a greener state. The new program that will, he says, helps go towards that goal.
And we are tracking your next weather maker that will bring heavy rain and strong winds today. How your weekend forecast is shaping up. 5:39, you're watching Fox 45 Early Edition, all local, all morning.
We're tracking our next weather maker, 542. This is what's going on. This large cold front moving through the Midwest right now, bringing severe weather to that part of the country. We could get in on some of those thunderstorms as we get into the afternoon and evening here, but definitely the rain and the wind is what we're going to be tracking. Mild conditions. We've got wind advisories. They don't start until 6 o'clock tonight, but that wind is going to be very strong for tonight into early tomorrow morning, possibly knocking down loose objects. You want to secure those today while you can before the wind rolls in. We'll get to the upper 60s for the afternoon. We'll drop to the 30s overnight and then only in the 40s tomorrow. So it'll be a big reality check as we get into your leap day Thursday. Back with your full forecast. We'll talk about what we can expect for the weekend, first weekend of March coming up in just a few.
Well, trending this morning, the Maryland Transit Administration is celebrating the launch of 7 new zero-emission buses all across the state.
This is part of a pilot program with the goal of upgrading the entire fleet. Governor Wes Moore says this is a huge step toward a green future in Maryland.
Zero-emission buses mean higher air quality for our region, and they operate quieter than conventional buses, which reduces noise pollution. Today's launch represents our commitment to meeting climate goals and a better future for ourselves and the generations to come.
These 7 buses, they really are just the start. They're an important start of where we are going, and they're an important start for our dedication, our commitment to be able to build out a larger electric fleet in the state of Maryland. And we're starting with these 7 buses because we have to get this moment right.
Governor also addressed the importance of tackling climate change. His Climate Solutions Now Act looks to reduce greenhouse gas emissions by 60% by 2031, 100% clean energy by 2035.
Many Americans believe the American dream of owning a home is out of reach. Still ahead in our 6 o'clock hour, a look at the roadblocks when it comes to buying your dream home.
Some big expectations for Grayson Rodriguez as the O's former first rounder gets set to enter his second season in the show. His biggest takeaways from year 1 to year 2, that's coming up next on Sports Unlimited. Welcome into Sarasota, where the Orioles continued Grapefruit League play today with a 5-2 win over the Detroit Tigers in Grayson Rodriguez's first start of spring training. And it's a much different situation for Rodriguez from year 1 to now in year 2. In a rhythm early on, that long ball to opposite field was the lone blemish on his final line, a ball he says he left up. Rodriguez had his fair share of ups and downs in year 1, from not breaking camp despite expectations to getting called up, sent down, and called up again. Rodriguez learned a lot about himself as a pitcher. His biggest takeaway from his rookie season in the show, how to navigate the big leagues.
Going into your rookie year, really don't know what to expect. This year, this I guess it feels a little bit more normal to me. Knowing what's going to happen throughout the season, know how to get through a season, and how to be successful.
While it wasn't the final outing Rodriguez would have hoped for in Game 2 of the ALDS against the Texas Rangers, he had a stellar second half to the season, posting a 2.58 ERA in those 13 starts. Brandon Hyde, the O's skipper, looking forward to watching him grow as a pitcher even more in year 2.
We expect a lot out of him this year, and still only his first full year, and he's still really young, but he's got great stuff. And he showed the second half what kind of pitcher he's got a chance to be.
With the availability of both John Means and Kyle Bradish in question going forward, the O's will need their 24-year-old former first rounder to go out there on the mound, do his thing, and as Birdland likes to say, gas him up. For now in Sarasota, Rocco DeSangro for Sports Unlimited.
Taking a live look now over our harbor and Towson cams as our next weather maker is going to bring some heavy rain and wind for us today.
Yeah, complete difference than what Rocco was just reporting yesterday, though,
Right.
in Florida. My goodness, yeah. Very nice weather there, and a complete change here coming up in the next few hours for us.
Meteorologist Justin Chambers is here with when it's coming and then timing it out. How long is it going to be here?
Yeah, we already saw some rain this morning. We're going to see more rain this morning, so it's going to impact our morning commute and then our evening commute. That's when the wind is really going to pick up, and then you're going to notice those temperature changes. So a lot to talk about here as this next weather maker is a pretty dynamic system that's rolling through. This is our Towson cam, and you can see a little bit of the kind of haze out there. The roads are wet because we have seen some rain just in the last couple of hours as well. Overall, though, we are looking at our marginal risk for severe weather. Now, this is only for northwestern Carroll and just the very tip there of northwestern Baltimore County, but marginal is still something that gets our attention. This is from the Storm Prediction Center, and it's 1 on a scale of 1 to 5. That means with this active weather pattern rolling in, we could see some of those thunderstorms pop up, especially in western Maryland later this afternoon. That green extends all the way up through central PA and all the way down through parts of West Virginia as well. And it's all part of this next weather maker. Look at this. This is the HD radar, and we're seeing some tornado warnings that were in around the Columbus, Ohio region. In fact, right there, you can see that tornado warning. It's kind of hard to see with all the lightning, but the yellow areas, the tornado watches extend all the way down through Cincinnati into parts of Lexington and parts of East Tennessee as well. All of that is along this frontal boundary here, and this is that strong cold front that's going to change up our weather pattern. So this is what's coming. You can see the cold air back behind it. Chicago now getting some snow showers, and look at the temperatures. These are what have been taking place overnight, the last couple of hours. You can see that warm air right there in Columbus down through Lexington, but look at all of that cold air right now. And let's check the right now temperatures. It's 8 degrees in Minneapolis, 33 in Chicago. It's 30 in St. Louis, and pretty close to St. Louis down to Memphis, 70 degrees. So you've got a 40-degree temperature swing, and that is definitely what we see the potential for some of that severe weather. This is a very spring-like storm. You get that sharp contrast of that cold air and the warm air. What's going to happen with us the next couple of hours is those rain showers are going to be moving in, and we have that southerly wind. All of those areas there, the red arrows that we're seeing, that's that milder air that is working into the region. So as we get through about 8 and 9 o'clock this morning, we'll still see some scattered showers noontime into the 2 and 3 o'clock hour, kind of off and on showers for most of the day today. And then as we get into 3, 4 and 5 p.m., it looks like that's when we'll have the best chance for the strongest wind and the rain. This is 5 p.m. Notice how that sharp contrast is there with all of the strong wind, and then the areas in orange and red. That's an indication of that heavier rain that's coming through into that 6 and 7 o'clock hour before it pushes out of here. It's going to be a quick mover, so it's quickly out of here, but we're going to have the colder air back behind that. And we're going to pick up at least close to another inch of rain, excuse me, on top of what we saw earlier this morning and last night as well. So definitely a lot of rain and a lot of wind. The wind advisory started at 6 o'clock this evening. Will go until 4 o'clock tomorrow morning. That'll gust near 40, 50, and even close to 60 miles an hour. It looks like those wind gusts are going to peak after about 8 o'clock tonight through the overnight hours, even into early tomorrow morning. Let's take a look at that 7-day forecast for you. Only 40s tomorrow, breezy and definitely colder, but plenty of sunshine. A chance for a few showers coming in late Friday afternoon and evening into early Saturday. But checking those numbers, they're going back up, 50s and 60s for the second half of the weekend, and we have more 60s on the way early next week. Now let's get an update on mass transit. Mark Jones with the MTA. Good morning.
Good morning, Justin. Good morning, everyone. Out there on the MARC train system, you'll find 10 train 400 and 10 train 511, both operating with 5-minute delays. The other trains of MARC look good for the commute start. Out there on Metro Subway, you'll find single tracking between Old Court and Owings Mills for track repairs. Expect about a 10-minute delay in your travels there. Light rail on time in both directions. For the MTA Transit team, I'm Mark Jones.
Every day, I come out to my car and I'm looking, worried that my window's going to be busted out.
Top mayoral candidates are discussing environmental issues today. Why the forum topic is causing some controversy amid the rise in crime.
Kiana Hawley's murder trial continues today. What court documents are revealing about her death? You're watching Fox 45's Early Edition. We're all local, all morning.
Developing now, Baltimore County police are investigating a shooting that happened in Towson. They say a man was shot multiple times along Laughlin Circle yesterday afternoon. The victim was taken to the hospital. Police did not release his condition, but they did say he is stable. There are no details about any potential suspects or what led up to the shooting.
Happening today, the state is expected to continue calling witnesses to the stand in the trial for one of the suspects in the murder of Baltimore police officer Kiana Holly and another man in 2020.
Opening statements began yesterday morning. The assistant state's attorney outlined the executions of the officer and of Justin Johnson in December of 2021. Officer Holly's family says they are trying to remain strong during this tragedy.
It's been challenging. It's been challenging, but we have each other. We are a praying family, and we're finding our way through it. We know that, God doesn't make mistakes, so everything happens for a reason, and we just leave everything up to Him.
In court documents, Knox admits to being present for both murders, but claims it was his co-defendant, Trayvon Shaw, who actually pulled the trigger both times. Both men were charged with both murders.
Neither the state nor defense has hinted at a motive in Holly's murder. The state will continue to call witnesses, and then it will be the defense's turn. For our full coverage on the trial and any new developments, head to foxbaltimore.com.
Also developing this morning, 6 suspects, including 2 juveniles, are now linked to at least 80 violent crimes across Baltimore City and Baltimore County. Attorney General Anthony Brown announcing hundreds of charges against what officials label as a gang. Now, officials say they have linked the 6 suspects to dozens of violent crimes, including murder, attempted murder, and carjackings. Almost all the crimes were committed in Baltimore City. However, the case is being pursued in Baltimore County.
While we don't go into detail about the tactical or strategic reasons behind why we may bring a case in a particular venue, the enabling statute that we operate in gives us that flexibility to do that.
These individuals have done extensive damage to the city's neighborhoods and communities.
Well, investigators did not give details about the exact ages or alleged involvement of the 2 juvenile suspects, but one of the juveniles is allegedly linked to a dozen or more of these crimes. Top mayoral candidates will be discussing environmental issues facing the city, topping this half hour. The concern now, as quality of life crimes seem to be out of control.
You got to be frank, I'm really disappointed with it.
New juvenile crime plans are up for debate. Coming up, why lawmakers disagree over where to go next.
Tracking our next weather maker, we're going to see wind and rain and then those colder temperatures, all of that in the next 24 hours. We'll break it down for you on Fox 45 Morning News. Let's go.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Good Wednesday morning to you. It's February 28th. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Tom Rogers, and I'm still a little ticked because last night I went to go to Zoom. A Zoom meeting, 20 minutes long, 7 o'clock last night. Click at 6:50. Zoom needs to update. 7:38, Zoom's finished updating.
You missed your meeting?
Missed the meeting. Sorry, Boy Scouts.
Most meetings could be an email anyway. So
seriously, well, I could have driven there and just been there in person and come back, and the Zoom still would be updated.
Maybe it was the rain that was coming through yesterday and the wind. I knew it blew my stuff around, so it blew out his Zoom.
Very, very possible. And that wind is going to be very strong as we get later into tonight and to. The wind is going to be very strong as we get later into tonight and tomorrow as well. So you want to secure those loose objects that are going to be outside and not have the flags up today. Right now, we're not getting a lot of wind, but we have had some rain showers that have been moving through. You can see right there on our HD radar, most of the rain is for you out in the eastern shore. So a bit of a break now in Baltimore, but we are going to see more of that rain, especially in the second half of the commute and later today as well. Temperatures a little cooler in Cockeysville and Baltimore. We're in the low to mid 50s right now. Still upper 50s for Annapolis, Stevensville, over through Chestertown. So it is definitely a mild morning. We're tracking the wind and the rain and then much colder conditions as early as tomorrow. So it is going to be wet on your morning drive. Even if it's not raining, those roads are wet. Temperature staying in the 50s and then climb into the 60s later this afternoon. Back with your full forecast in just a few.
All right, taking a look now at our Lynn Stoller traffic network. We are taking a look at some of the cameras across the Baltimore region, and everyone is moving up to speed at this early hour.
If I were mayor, heads would be rolling
for the unexcusable behavior.
People don't feel safe, and it's very frustrating.
We're going to continue to focus on that. We, as an administration, here, as the police department in Baltimore City, have always been focused on quality of life crimes.
Primary day is coming up fast, and Baltimore City mayoral candidates are hitting the campaign trail. Happening today, the top mayoral candidates are attending a forum to discuss environmental issues facing Baltimore.
Olivia Dance joining us live this morning with the details and why the topic of the forum may cause frustration. Olivia.
Yeah, Tom and Patrice, the forum is happening at 5:30 this evening at Mount Lebanon Baptist Church. And as you mentioned, the top mayoral candidates will discuss environmental issues. But this forum comes as quality of life crimes seem to be out of control.
In the last 2 or 3 years, it has just gone downhill immensely. Heck, the house right there that with the stucco there was broken into.
Residents are on edge as quality of life crimes run rampant, from car thefts to home break-ins and porch pirates. Residents are calling for change and action to be taken, but BPD is more than 500 officers short, making that a challenge. City State's Attorney Ivan Bates created the citation docket to address quality of life crimes, but very few citations have been written since it was first launched. We've pressed top mayoral candidates Sheila Dixon and Mayor Brandon Scott about the quality of life issues, and Dixon has actually been a victim of quality of life crime herself.
My son called me on the phone and said somebody broke through the door of the garage. He saw them leaving with the bike.
The police department needs to step up. They need to get trained properly, understand what it takes, and then get out there and start providing these citations.
We're going to continue to focus on that. We, as an administration, here, as the police department in Baltimore City, have always been focused on quality of life crimes.
Yeah, and as residents remain concerned about quality of life crimes, again, today's forum will focus on environmental issues. Of course, we'll be monitoring the event to see if Dixon or Scott address any of these crime concerns. But for now, reporting live in Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45 Morning News.
6:03, and now to your session 2024 coverage. There are just 42 days until the end of the session, and lawmakers in Annapolis are debating Democrats' youth crime proposal, calling for sweeping reform to the state's juvenile justice system.
You got to be frank, I'm really disappointed with it.
I feel good with where it's landing, largely.
State Democrats hope to tackle some of Maryland's youth crime issues during a juvenile justice hearing, but there is a growing divide in Annapolis. Shannon Lilly joining us live this morning with more on the debate surrounding the next steps forward. Shannon.
Yeah, we know the large juvenile crime bill, Tom, from top Democrats is moving forward in both the House and the Senate, and we do expect more discussion on it today in the House. But there are some changes and amendments being made to the bill, and that has some people frustrated. In fact, in total, 14 amendments are being made to the House version of the bill. Now, some of these are just minor technical tweaks. Others change what crimes kids between 10 and 13 can be charged with. Lawmakers approved the changes, but ultimately had to wait to cast a vote, and that vote, though, could happen as early as today.
You got to be frank, I'm really disappointed with it. I'd love to have more guardrails around juvenile offenders that offend multiple times, juvenile offenders that commit various crimes. I'm really bugged about the lack of accurate data.
So Delegate Robin Grammer is a member of the House committee helping craft the policy plans moving forward. And he says he still wants more data about juvenile crime. Right now, the Department of Juvenile Services says juvenile crime statewide is declining. But that's not what we continue to hear from prosecutors and communities dealing with the realities of the crime crisis at home. Grammer says he tried to require data reporting from each jurisdiction in Maryland, but that effort failed. Meanwhile, the Senate's version of the bill continues to be tweaked as well. We know that that version of the bill has been moved out of committee with amendments and is now on the Senate floor this week. So, of course, we'll continue to monitor both versions of this bill as changes continue to be made. Reporting live, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 Morning News.
The Maryland Public Defender's Office is frustrated with this youth crime bill, saying it is not based on actual crime data.
The public defender, Natasha Dartigue, argues that the bill focuses on measures that have been proven to fail in reforming young offenders. She says she would rather see proactive plans that keep children away from committing crime. Well, that brings us to our question of the day. If juvenile crime legislation fails to pass, will it change the way that you vote in the upcoming election? So far, 96% of those who have voted responded yes. To make your voice heard, you can head to our website, foxbaltimore.com/vote.
We're committed to turning our horrific tragedy into a positive good.
A push to keep convicted sex offenders behind bars is facing pushback. The area some lawmakers say don't need to change.
They don't realize that people are going like 50 miles an hour coming from the highway, and so they get T-boned and creamed.
Baltimore business owner is backpedaling on bike lanes. Why she's saying the bike lanes are causing more problems outside of her salon.
Tracking our next weather maker, wind, rain, and then colder temperatures all on the table. We'll be breaking it down for you right here on Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all
.610, and right now, fire crews in Texas, they're battling 4 major wildfires.
And one is threatening a nuclear weapons plant. Let's get over to Megan Gillen in our live center with the disaster declarations that are now in place. This doesn't sound good, Megan.
No, not great. So this is what we're dealing with here. This is a look at the current wildfire map. Those major wildfires really in northern Texas right here. And the biggest one, as I click on it right here, this is the Smokehouse Creek fire. It is 0% contained here at this hour, guys, raging right now. This is a look at video just into our newsroom from that scene. Look at those flames as they're traveling up closer to it. The Smokehouse fire has already grown to be the 5th largest in state history, even crossing over state lines into Oklahoma overnight and growing. Here again this morning, 0% contained at this hour. I want to take you live now to Austin, Texas, here where the governor has now issued a disaster declaration for 60 counties. Some schools have canceled class, several communities under evacuation orders as the fires threaten homes and businesses. Kind of an overcast, smoky, rainy, foggy shot there this morning, and similar stories as we take a live look in Houston. They're seeing a similar scene out there as well. Another major concern, this nuclear weapons facility in Amarillo, Texas. As you look at these images here, you can see the fire burning right near that plant. This was yesterday, and then just hours ago, officials announcing they are evacuating until further notice after flames just got dangerously close to that property.
We have not been able to get air tankers. So far, none have been available for this area. There are a lot of wildfires going on, and that's why I want to really encourage all of the people, the citizens of the Panhandle, when you're traveling around here, be very fire aware.
You could hear the wind in that shot. You can see the camera shaking, the wind only intensifying the conditions there overnight. But the National Weather Service say those winds are weakening as that system starts to move out. Those high wind warnings are now moving east. And that's now where we want to bring in meteorologist Justin Chambers. We know we're certainly feeling some wind here in our area, Justin.
Yeah, we will be feeling the wind, Megan. Not necessarily yet, but later today, especially as we head into tonight, where we have a wind advisory that is actually posted. So let's take you to that map right there showing you that at 6 o'clock tonight is when that wind advisory will go into effect. We're going to see the west-northwesterly wind at 25 to 35, gusting near 40 and 50, even 55 miles an hour. That will be possible, especially tonight in the overnight hours. And that could knock down some trees, especially with the rain that we're getting today, and that's going to make that soil kind of moist as well. So just be aware of that. Want to secure those loose objects, keep the flags indoors today. Statewide, our temperatures are very mild right now. We're in the mid to upper 50s for most of us across the old line state, and I do have that yellow light on your morning drive. Mr. Bo says take it slow. Roads are wet, even if it's not raining right now. We do expect more rain this morning and then a lot more rain this afternoon and evening for that commute back home. Back with your full forecast. We'll do that in just a few minutes from right now.
New sanctions against groups affiliated with Houthi rebels coming up. How the U.S. and U.K. are hoping to disrupt attacks in the Red Sea.
The Biden administration working on a new plan to help Ukraine. Why it's considering unfreezing more than $300 billion in Russian assets. 6:13 is the time. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning. You're taking a live look at the White House as the Biden administration considers new ways to deal with threats overseas. Here's a look at some of our top stories out of the nation's capital.
The U.S. and U.K. are issuing new sanctions against those connected to the Iranian-backed Houthi rebels. The White House says the actions are meant to counter terrorist financing and disrupt Houthi attacks on international shipping.
U.S. officials could unlock the value of frozen Russian assets to help Ukraine. National Security Council spokesman John Kirby says the nearly $300 billion in assets would be spent to help Ukraine defend itself and potentially recover after the war.
The U.S. Army is slashing the size of its force by nearly 5%. They're mostly cutting posts that are already empty, like jobs in counterinsurgency that grew during the Iraq and Afghanistan wars.
And California Governor Gavin Newsom is facing another recall attempt. A conservative activist group accusing him of abandoning the state for his own presidential ambitions. Newsom is not running and has been a top supporter for the President Biden's re-election campaign. We're now taking a live look this morning over the Inner Harbor in Towson as our team of meteorologists are tracking our next weather maker that's making its way to our region.
Let's get over now to meteorologist Justin Chambers. He's got a look, drove through some rain coming in this morning.
Yeah, we had a few showers earlier. We're going to have more showers on the way as we get into the next couple of hours. And then really this afternoon, we're going to be tracking this guy right here, the strong cold front, which is draped across the upper Midwest and the Great Lakes region and quickly moving from west to east. So you can see all of that activity. We've got some tornado watches and warnings in parts of Ohio and Illinois right now. We have the storm outlook as well. This is from the Storm Prediction Center. And notice how it encompasses parts of western Maryland, even here close to us in parts of Carroll and northwestern Baltimore County into Frederick County. Now, it's a 1 on a scale of 1 to 5, so it's a marginal risk, but this is like spring-like storm with all of our warm temperatures that we're going to be having today. These are those tornado watches that I was talking about, the areas in yellow, and look at all of that lightning with this storm system that continues to track through Kentucky up into the Ohio River Valley, and you can see kind of that larger picture here, now getting snow in parts of Chicago, and they had tornadoes yesterday in parts of northern Illinois. Now they're getting that colder air that is moving in, and we're going to get in on all of that as well. Let's talk about those temperatures. Look how they dropped overnight. This is that cold front. You can really see it rolling through with all of that warm air here. And the current temps right now, it's 29 degrees in St. Louis and 65 in Memphis and 62 in Detroit. But you can see the difference there. That's when we have the potential for severe weather, a very spring-like setup with this dynamic weather maker. So what's going on here at home? Our hourly future scan, southerly winds bringing in that warm and mild air. That's going to bring those rain showers off and on for the next couple of hours. Then as we take you through midday, some scattered showers here and there, possibly some moderate to heavy rain about 2 o'clock this afternoon. And then as we get later into the afternoon, that's when that front is kind of making its way through 4 or 5 p.m. So right on your drive home, that wind is going to shift too. So it'll be south at about 5 p.m. And then about 6, 7 o'clock, it will change to be more westerly and northwesterly. Quickly, that storm moves out of here and that rain is going to roll out of here as well. But look what happens with our temperatures. We'll get to the 60s here in the next couple of hours, and those temps keep climbing as we take you into the later part of the afternoon. But look at this, 5 p.m., we go from the 60s to the 50s to the 40s and then down into the 30s overnight. We're only going to get back to the mid to upper 40s. Even though we'll have plenty of sunshine tomorrow, it's definitely going to be quite a bit colder as well. We will pick up close to an additional inch of rain with all this being said throughout the region. Some of us close to an inch, or maybe just even 3/4 of an inch as well. And then that wind is going to be the issue tonight. So the wind advisory doesn't begin until 6 o'clock, but those gusts near 40, 50, and even 55 miles an hour could knock down some loose objects out there. As the kids head out to the bus stop, beep, beep, well, really don't need the heavy winter coat this morning because it is mild, 57 here in the next hour, but we'll be in the mid to upper 60s for the afternoon. Just make sure they have that rain gear and they're hanging onto their hats when that wind picks up later today. On Friday, a little bit nicer, 54, even though we have some showers Friday afternoon into early Saturday morning. Those temperatures climb close to 60 on Saturday, and then we're right back to the low and mid 60s with drier conditions through next week.
All right, Justin, thank you. Anytime inclement weather hits, you can stay ahead of the storm with the Fox 45 weather app. Just search WBFF in your app store. Now we want to get a check of mass transit. We've got Mark Jones with the MTA. Good morning, Mark.
Well, good morning, Patrice. Good morning, everyone. On the MARC train system, we've got Penn Train 413 canceled this morning. You'll find train 843 on the Camden line with a 40-minute delay. Camden 845 running 10 minutes late. And Penn Train 511 with a 15 to 20-minute delay. A long time for travel in those instances. Metro Subway is single tracking between Old Court and Owings Mills. That's for track repairs, and you'll find about a 10-minute delay there. Light rail on time. For the MTA Transit team, I'm Mark Jones.
Many aspiring homeowners believe they will never be able to save enough to purchase a home. I'm Janae Bowens in Washington with a look at the roadblocks.
The Orioles win 5-2 over the Detroit Tigers in Sarasota. Still ahead, the bird that stole the show in his spring training debut. Time now 6:21. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Fox 45 News, winner of 16 2022 Regional Emmy Awards, more than all other Baltimore news stations combined.
(6:24). We have a consumer alert for you this morning.
Home ownership seems impossible for many Americans.
More than half say that the cost of living is too high and their income is not high enough to buy a home.
National correspondent Janae Bowens has a look at the roadblocks.
We're all unable to buy a house right now, right?
Sam Hart vents to her followers about how owning a home is out of reach.
Rent is so astronomical that we are actually not able to save for a home.
She's not the only one. Bankrate found more than half of aspiring homeowners say the cost of living is too high or their income is not high enough to afford a down payment and closing costs for a home.
The economy has dodged a recession, but Americans have their complaints about inflation, and justifiably so, given the fact that their buying power is severely eroded by inflation.
Bankrate's senior economic analyst, Mark Hamrick, says even though Americans are getting paid more, many are not able to save for the upfront home costs and the ones after.
It's for maintenance, repairs, or eventually even renovation. And so it makes it all the more important to make sure that we don't buy a house and then become house poor because we're going to have to pay money for other things.
Younger aspiring homeowners say a lack of financial assistance from friends and family, as well as credit card and student loan debt, are also roadblocks, especially when mortgage rates are above 7% and the average price of a home last month was nearly $380,000.
I gotta keep paying bills, I gotta keep paying rent, I gotta keep eating, I gotta keep going places. And if I'm doing that, I just can't save that much money on the side.
20% of aspiring homeowners believe they will never be able to save enough to purchase a home. But mortgage rates are expected to go down this year, so fingers crossed that might help some folks with buying one. In Washington, I'm Janae Bowens.
Heavy rain and windy conditions are moving into the region. Meteorologist Justin Chambers timing out the weather maker. That's coming up in his full Weather Authority forecast.
The Antiques Roadshow is making a stop at the Maryland Zoo. Still ahead, how you can enter to win a pair of free tickets. And now you can watch Fox 45 News for free anytime on Amazon Fire TV and Samsung TV Plus. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Welcome back on this Wednesday morning. 6:30 is the time. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Tom Rogers. We're going to get right over to meteorologist Justin Chambers talking about the wind, the warmth, and the wetness.
That's right. We're talking about temperatures that are going to be warm today, well above average as we take you to our shot here. Let's go ahead and look outside, see what's going on there with our weather one, please. Thank you. Our HD radar there showing you we have those rain showers that are moving in and definitely from the west. You can see that can see that frontal boundary that is to the west right now, and that is that cold front that is definitely bringing in the changes to our weather pattern. We're mild right now, low to mid 50s for your temperatures up and down the 83 corridor. So our mild morning temperatures tracking the wind and the rain later today, and then much colder on Thursday. So it's definitely going to be wet for your morning commute and even wetter for your evening commute as you're heading home. Back with your full forecast in just a few.
All right, let's take a look at our Lynn Solar traffic network now as we take a live look over Ruxton and Charles Street. We see volume starting to pick up, but traffic moving smoothly as of now. No issues to report.
In your Session 2024 coverage honoring Baltimore Tech CEO Pavel Lepere. She was killed in her apartment building last fall.
A bill moving through the legislature would limit early release from prison for the most violent convicted sex offenders.
Shannon Lilly joining us live this morning with a heated exchange among lawmakers. Shannon?
Yeah, tensions certainly ran high, Tom and Patrice, and we expect even more debate to come before the final vote. But this latest exchange came from some who opposed the bill, while one senator was pushing back. Take a listen.
This bill will not improve the safety of any of us in the community. All it does is increase sentence lengths.
We have these diminution credits that reduce these sentences significantly.
They do not reduce the sentences that significantly for crimes of violence. You see the 30 days, I believe.
Did you just miss the testimony that I heard? Here's an idea. Why don't we hold people accountable to the length of the sentence that they get?
Now, that was Senator William Folden, the Republican from Frederick County, pushing back against two public defenders opposing the bill at the Senate's Judicial Proceedings Committee hearing yesterday. And among those standing at the hearing in support, Baltimore City Councilman and Public Chair Mark Conway and City State's Attorney Ivan Bates.
This bill sends a clear message that sentences for such heinous crimes will be fully enforced, and a convicted individual will face significant consequences for their actions.
Now, Pavel Lepere's mother was also at the hearing pushing for Senate Bill 1098, or the Pava Marie Lepere Act. It's named after her daughter, who was murdered in September. If passed, the bill would prevent those convicted of violent sex crimes from earning so-called good time credits toward an early release from prison. In Lepere's case, Jason Billingsley, who's indicted in her murder, had received those very credits and was released early from prison following a 2015 conviction on a sex offense. Less than a year later, he was charged in Lepere's murder. And again, we do expect further discussion and debate over this bill before a final vote. We should note that Governor Wes Moore and Mayor Brandon Scott are in support of this bill. Reporting live, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 Morning News.
Lepere's mother also spoke during a hearing regarding the Pavel Lepere Legacy of Innovation Act. Now, if passed, it would establish a new grant program for student entrepreneurs and startups in Baltimore.
This is an idea that originated from Prava herself, who knew well the impact of early stage grants, as her company, EcoMap, received a similar grant early on when they needed it the most.
Let's make money available. These young students have the ideas, they have the momentum and the energy. One thing they're lacking is the funding. We'll make the grants available so that they can keep their companies going.
Fox 45 News will continue to follow all of the bills coming in the coming days. For our complete coverage of the session, head to foxbaltimore.com.
If you feel your crime concerns are not being heard, you can reach out to your lawmakers. Take a moment to look at your screen. House Speaker Adrian Jones, Senate President Bill Ferguson, two of the most powerful voices in Annapolis. Phone numbers and email addresses are right there for you.
When the street moved closer to us, I said to the community association that we were going to get hit, and they acted like I was crazy.
Continuing coverage this morning, a Baltimore business owner says that the addition of a bike lane in front of her salon is creating more hazards. Just recently, a car crashed into her storefront. Olivia Dance joining us live this morning with her concerns and how the city has responded. Olivia.
Yeah, well, Tom, Baltimore City Council has called for a public hearing next Thursday to better understand the problems posed by complete streets or streets with bike lanes, just like 28th, which is the street that we're on now. Meanwhile, I want to show you this. You can still see the damage on the side of Fringe Salon here. Now, this is from when a car came barreling into the side of the building. When the city redesigned this road just last summer, it eliminated a lane of traffic, added parklets and a bike lane, and moved the remaining lane of traffic closer to Laura Schneider's salon here. So making turns, she says, suddenly became a safety hazard.
And they don't realize that people are going like 50 miles an hour coming from the highway, and so they get T-boned and creamed. At some point, we have to be like, this way isn't working.
The city calls this newly designed street a complete street, but Schneider is convinced this street is not a safe street for those on the road or near the road. She complains the construction had already begun before the community even had a chance to speak. And as I mentioned, City Council has called a hearing for next week to examine complaints about complete streets. Of course, we'll be monitoring that meeting to see if City Council comes up with any solutions. Also, the city did install these two concrete barriers just outside of the salon here in order to protect it and hopefully prevent what we just saw with the damage on the side of the building. But for now, reporting live in Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45 Morning News.
In just a few hours, Hunter Biden will answer questions here on Capitol Hill, how it relates to his father's impeachment inquiry.
Plus, lawmakers are debating Democrats' new juvenile crime plan. Still to come, why they're divided on what comes next in Maryland.
And we are expecting heavy rain and windy conditions later this afternoon.
Meteorologist Justin Chambers timing out this storm, and that's coming up. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News. We're all local all morning.
Weather Window, presented by the National Weather Desk. These folks are on the move with a winter sport called skijoring, from the Norwegian word meaning ski driving. Those you see here are pulled by a horse, but dogs or cars can do the pulling as well. There's also an alliance promoting independent skijoring races in the U.S. And Francis the dog may not be skijoring, but this new bouncy ball and the snow provide plenty of excitement for this playful pooch. For more content like this, like the National Weather Desk on Facebook.
6:39 is your time right now. We're tracking our next weather maker, bringing more rain and the wind, the colder temperatures as well. This is that large cold front that's marching through the Midwest and the Ohio River Valley as we speak. As we get later into the day today, mild conditions, but that rain and wind is what we're going to be concerned with, especially after about 6, 7 o'clock tonight when the wind advisories will go into effect. We're going to see that west-northwesterly wind, 25, 35, gusting to 40, possibly 50 and even 55 miles an hour as that strong wind moves through, that cold front moving through the region as well. If you want to get out for a run or a jog in the next couple of hours, maybe try to beat some of the rain and the wind. It's mild temperatures in the mid to upper 50s for the next few hours. We're going to take you hour by hour through your forecast for the afternoon, talk about the impacts it'll have on you with this next weather maker and how much colder we get tomorrow.
6:40 now. Today, members of the House Oversight and Judiciary Committees will interview President Joe Biden's son during a closed-door session.
I want to get right over to Megan Gillen. She's in our live center now with what we're learning about this hearing.
Yeah, that's right, guys. We're taking you live to Capitol Hill here this morning, where Hunter Biden will be interviewed in just a few hours. And this is part of the impeachment inquiry into President Biden. Hunter reportedly agreeing to the deposition after two key concessions from Republicans. The first, you see it there, the deposition will not be filmed. And the second, the transcript will be released quickly to the public to avoid selective leaks. Republicans are expected to ask about his father's role in his work life and about ethical implications of his art career. We are told, though, that Hunter will be limited in what he can tell the committee about matters related to the two federal criminal indictments that he's also facing. Today's hearing comes after months of public and private wrangling. There were some political stunts, even the threats of criminal contempt charges. We'll, of course, keep you posted on any new developments out of Washington right here from our live center. Back to you, Tom.
Thank you, Megan. A 10-year master plan for redeveloping Baltimore County. Why residents say it's too swift a change and what they say the first step should be.
Today, Baltimore mayoral candidates are looking to address environmental problems plaguing the city, but it comes at a time when quality of life crimes are on the rise. Just ahead this morning, the concerns we're hearing from residents. 6:42, you're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
6:44, topping your morning rush this Wednesday. The top mayoral candidates are attending a forum to discuss environmental issues facing Baltimore. Olivia Dan joining us live this morning with the details. And Olivia, why is the topic of this forum causing frustration among residents?
Yeah, so Tom, the forum is happening at 5:30 today at Mount Lebanon Baptist Church. And as you mentioned, the top mayoral candidates will discuss environmental issues. But this forum is raising concerns because it comes as quality of life crimes seem to be out of control, from car thefts to home break-ins and porch pirates. Residents are on edge and they want action to be taken. But BPD is currently more than 500 officers short, of course, making that a challenge. Also, City State's Attorney Ivan Bates has launched the citation docket in order to address quality of life crimes. But since it first launched, very few citations have actually been written. So coming up in just about 15 minutes, find out what the top mayoral candidates had to say when it comes to addressing these quality of life crimes. Back to you.
All right, thank you, Olivia. Lawmakers are continuing to make tweaks to juvenile crime bills, inching forward in both the House and the Senate. Shannon Lilly is joining us live. And Shannon, not everybody is on board with what's happening here.
Yeah, exactly, Patrice. Some people are frustrated with the amendments that are being made to the bill. In total, 14 amendments are being made to the House version of this bill, and it was read on the House floor yesterday, and lawmakers approved it, but a vote was put off, and that vote could come as soon as today. Meanwhile, over in the Senate, more tweaks are being made to that version of the bill. The Senate committee voting to move forward on it with those amendments yesterday, so now it's on to the Senate floor this week. So coming up in the next 15 minutes, we're going to take a closer look at exactly what changes are being made and why one Republican lawmaker says there is a crucial piece of information that's missing. Now back to you.
Thank you, Shannon. We want to remind everyone this month that Fox 45 is saluting our champions of courage as a positive role models who keep the Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King Jr.'s dream alive. You can watch our Champions of Courage special March 2nd. That's Saturday morning at 11:30 on the CW Baltimore. You can also catch it the next day, Sunday, March 3rd. MyTV Baltimore, 1 that afternoon. And then also right here Sunday night at 11.
We are now taking a live look this morning over the Inner Harbor and our Towson cam, along with our Weather Authority HD radar, as we are tracking our next weather maker that's bringing heavy rain and winds into the region.
We want to get right over to our meteorologist, Justin Chambers. He's got another look at his full Weather Authority forecast and what we are in store for starting tonight.
Yeah, you saw the reporters out there holding the umbrellas, and that's what we're seeing, just a couple of light showers out there right now, with more rain that is going to be on the way a little bit later this morning. In fact, we're already seeing some of that rain move into parts of western Maryland. You can see some of the lightning strikes right there from Morgantown up into Pittsburgh. Let's zoom out a little bit farther and check out what's going on here just to the west of us. Columbus, Ohio, we've had some tornado warnings this morning. That line of storms with all of that lightning is crossing closer to Pittsburgh. Tornado watches extend all the way back through the Ohio River Valley down into parts of Lexington, Kentucky, as well as Charleston, close to Charleston, West Virginia at this time. And this is all because of that strong cold front. There again, you can see those line of storms now going to move into parts of Nashville and central Tennessee. So that's where that frontal boundary exists at this time. And look at the difference in temperatures. This is what we see when we see these strong and dynamic spring-like storms, where those temps yesterday were well above average, and now we're talking about 30 degrees in Chicago, 29 in St. Louis, and now it's dropped to 53 in Memphis. Just a little while ago, it was 70 degrees in Memphis. So all of that colder air is coming in. It's still in the 60s in Detroit and 50s for us here at home. Now, the Storm Prediction Center does have this area in green under a marginal risk for severe weather, and that does include western Maryland and even parts of Carroll and northwestern Baltimore County. You can see that little clip right there into parts of Frederick County. So with the storm coming in, we do have that potential of seeing a few pop-up thunderstorms along with the rain. This is a look at our hourly future scan. Wind is going to start off from the south here. We'll pick up as we get into the morning time, bringing in the milder and warmer air. Off and on showers through most of the day today. The heaviest rain is going to start after about 2-3 o'clock this afternoon. You can see for your evening drive, it's going to be wet for sure, and especially picking the kids up as well. That wind shift, this is 5 p.m. Look at the red arrows right there. And then you can see that kind of the yellow arrows on the left-hand side of your screen. That's going to be that west-northwesterly wind that will be shifting, and that's what's going to change up our weather and drop our temperatures pretty rapidly as we get into the afternoon and evening. You can see that with our future scan here. I put the temperatures on there. So mid to upper 60s through the afternoon, but as early as about 7 o'clock tonight, we'll drop to the 40s and 50s, and then overnight, our temperatures plummet down into the 30s. Could see some snow showers in some of our western mountains as well. So here's a look at your rainfall totals. Picking up close to an inch with this rain that's coming through later this afternoon. And here are the wind advisories we talked about 6 o'clock tonight through early tomorrow morning. Could see some gusts near 40, 50, and even close to 60 miles an hour. All right, let's take a look at that 7-day forecast for you as we wrap it up. And look what showed up, you guys. Sad Pumpkin Erin. Remember Sad Pumpkin Erin? She's right there. It's Erin Miller's birthday. So shout out to our executive producer. Ooh, happy birthday to you on this windy and wet day. 47 tomorrow, breezy and colder. And then we'll see those temperatures climb to the mid to upper 50s. Overall this weekend, for the first weekend of March, not looking too bad.
Well, here's a live look now from our Lens Solar mobile track, and it is cruising along 695's outer loop, heading towards Catonsville. As you see the brake lights as the volume's picking up.
Trending now, PBS's most watched program, the Antiques Roadshow, is coming to the Maryland Zoo to film all-day appraisals. It's happening Tuesday, June 18th.
All right, Antiques at the Zoo. According to the Maryland Zoo, one day of filming will become 3 produced episodes for the show's 29th broadcast season, which will air on PBS in 2025.
You can enter to win a free pair of tickets to the event on PBS's website. That deadline to enter is Monday, March 18th.
The happiest place on earth just might be one of the most expensive places on earth. Coming up, the surge in Disney World ticket prices.
And yet we still go. What better way to start the day than with a run? In our 8 o'clock hour, why we are all encouraged to focus on our cardiovascular health.
Well, one thing I'm going to need before a run, caffeine.
Or a trip to Disney.
Yeah,
you need to be caffeinated for that. It's time for a coffee break.
Fox 45 Morning News tracking the next weather maker set to bring some heavy rain, maybe even some thunderstorms to our region.
On the right side of your screen, we have live looks over the Inner Harbor and Towson. Things pretty calm for now.
You can see on the left, though, our Weather Authority HD radar. And the system's making its way, heading toward us. Stay right here with Fox 45 Morning News. In just about 5 minutes, meteorologist Justin Chambers breaking down the timing of the system.
And anytime inclement weather hits, you can stay ahead of the storm with the Fox 45 weather app. Search WBFF in your app store.
Well, turning now to counties under pressure, Baltimore County residents gathered to voice their frustrations with the county's recent development plans, which would invest in government buildings, county infrastructure, schools, and housing.
Now, some residents want to make sure that schools aren't overcrowded and that there is enough infrastructure to support more development. Councilmember David Marks believes the 10-year plan is moving too quickly to keep up with the existing infrastructure.
We have to have the roads fixed, some open space, good connections to public resources, and we have to fix the schools. There's an awful lot of housing units already out there. I would say that we welcome all suggestions from all people, but we're not going to be pushing this process along at breakneck speed.
While some say affordable housing and apartment complexes are not the answers, others in the community say the need is critical. Nick Stewart with We the People in Baltimore County worries the situation is becoming dire.
There is a housing crisis in our county and in the state of Maryland. What we were talking about was only about creating a certain amount of housing in connection with those abandoned properties that exist in our county. It wasn't about making our county a city.
Well, last week, the Baltimore County Council signed off on its master plan, but County Executive Johnny Olszewski withdrew a second piece of legislation that sought to rezone certain abandoned commercial hubs. Several county council members say the original bill didn't give them any say in where that development would happen. Olszewski now offering a compromise.
We now have a bill that we think all the council members can and should support, and that will still allow for some opportunities for revitalization across Baltimore County.
This bill puts more authority back in the hands of the community via the county council person who represents them.
Opponents of the new plan say they're still concerned that the public could be left out of the discussion.
For more information on Baltimore County's development plan and our full coverage on this issue, you can head to our website. That's foxbaltimore.com.
Taking a look now at the Fox Box on the top left, and happening today at 9, Secretary of State Antony Blinken will host officials from Guatemala and Mexico in Washington, D.C. The purpose of the meeting is to discuss actions to strengthen humane migration management and address the root causes of irregular migration and displacement.
On the top right, United Airlines expanding its touchless ID technology. TSA PreCheck members flying with the airline through Chicago's O'Hare or Los Angeles airports, LAX, will no longer have to show their physical IDs or boarding passes. They can simply scan their faces and drop off their bags with an agent.
On the bottom left, Toyota is recalling over 300,000 Tacoma pickup trucks made from 2022 to 2023. The company says rear axle bolts could come loose and fall off, increasing the risk of a car crash. Luckily, there have not been any reported accidents. Customers impacted by the recall will receive a notice by late April.
And on the bottom right, you are going to have to shell out a little more to visit the so-called happiest place on earth, the theme park's booking site showing price hikes for some tickets. And they start in 2025. Prices for single-day, single-park tickets will go up by $10. The prices of multi-day park hopper options have also gone up depending on the dates.
Tracking our next weather maker, warm temperatures today could see some thunderstorms, the strong wind and heavy rain. We'll talk about all of that coming up.
Happening today, mayoral candidates will meet to discuss the major environmental issues in Baltimore City.
This comes as the quality of life crimes spike in Baltimore City. Lawmakers on both sides of the aisle in Annapolis pushing for changes to juvenile justice legislation. Fox 45 Morning News at 7 starts right now.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Good morning on this Wednesday. It is February 28th. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Tom Rogers. Warm and wet now, but it is going to get nasty tonight.
Meteorologist Justin Chambers tracking that next weather maker. He's joining us now.
Yeah, good morning, guys. Talking about the wind and the rain, especially as we get later into the afternoon. Those temperatures are very mild right now. This is all ahead of that strong cold front. Look at that thing. It's marching through the Midwest and the Ohio River Valley, bringing tornado watches, even tornado warnings to parts of Ohio and down into northern Kentucky as well. So not looking at tornadic activity here, but we could see some thunderstorms. Look at these temperatures right now. We're at 60 degrees in Baltimore City, 53 in Dundalk and Brooklyn Park, but 56 in Woodlawn. Some of us 10 to 20 degrees warmer than where we were just 24 hours ago. So this is that mild and even warmer, the milder and warmer air that we're seeing at this time. We're tracking the wind and rain for later this afternoon, and then we'll be much colder tomorrow. That temperature map's going to flip and be completely opposite of what we're seeing here this morning. Back with your full forecast. We'll take a closer look at that coming up.
All right, let's take a look at your Lynn Solar Traffic Network and a live look at some of the cameras around the Baltimore region as roads are really drying out now. You see they are still slick. No major issues to report at this point anywhere around Baltimore, but there is some more volume that's typical for 7 o'clock in the morning.
In the last 2 or 3 years, it has just gone downhill immensely.
Are you satisfied with where things are in terms of the number of quality of life, property crimes in the city?
Well, we shouldn't rest on our laurels. You know, it definitely has increased.
Quality of life crimes are on the rise this morning, but later today, Baltimore top mayoral candidates will be discussing environmental issues.
Olivia Danch joining us live this morning with the details and why the topic of the forum may cause frustration. Olivia.
Yeah, well, Tom, Patrice, the forum is happening at 5:30 today at Mount Lebanon Baptist Church. And as you mentioned, the top mayoral candidates will discuss environmental issues. But this forum comes as quality of life crimes seem to be out of control.
Every day I come out to my car and I'm looking, worried that my window's going to be busted out.
I've had friends that have had their cars broken into, and you know, I've heard from people that cops are barely pursuing it.
Residents are on edge as quality of life crimes run rampant, from car thefts to home break-ins and porch pirates. Residents are calling for change and action to be taken, but BPD is more than 500 officers short, making that a challenge. City State's Attorney Ivan Bates created the citation docket to address quality of life crimes, but very few citations have actually been written since it first launched. So we pressed top mayoral candidate Sheila Dixon and Mayor Brandon Scott about the quality of life issues. Dixon has been a victim of quality of life crime herself.
My son called me on the phone and said somebody broke through the door of the garage. He saw them leaving with the bike.
The police department needs to step up. They need to get trained properly, understand what it takes, and then get out there and start providing these citations.
We're going to continue to focus on that. We as an administration here, as the police department in Baltimore City, have always been focused on quality of life crimes.
So again, as residents remain concerned about quality of life crimes, today's forum will instead focus on environmental issues. Of course, we'll be monitoring the event to see if Dixon or Scott address any of these crime concerns. But for now, reporting live in Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45 Morning News.
Meanwhile, lawmakers in Annapolis, they're going back and forth about the Democrats' youth crime proposal, calling for sweeping reform to the state's juvenile justice system.
You got to be frank, I'm really disappointed with it.
I feel good with where it's landing, largely.
Well, state Democrats hope to tackle some of Maryland's youth crime issues during a juvenile justice hearing, but there's a growing divide in Annapolis. And Shannon Lilly joining us live this morning with more on the debate surrounding the next steps forward. Shannon.
Well, this large juvenile crime bill, Tom, from top Democrats is moving forward in both the House and Senate, and we do expect more discussion to happen today in the House. But meanwhile, there are amendments being made to this bill, and that has some people frustrated. In fact, a total of 14 amendments are being made to the House version of this bill. Now, some of these amendments are just minor technical tweaks. Others, though, change what crimes kids between 10 and 13 can be charged with. Lawmakers approved the changes, but ultimately had to wait to cast a vote. That vote, though, could happen as early as today.
You got to be frank, I'm really disappointed with it. I'd love to have more guardrails around juvenile offenders that offend multiple times, juvenile offenders that commit various crimes. I'm really bugged about the lack of accurate data.
So Delegate Robin Grammer there is a member of the House committee helping craft the policy plans that are moving forward, and he says he still wants more data about juvenile crime. Right now, the Department of Juvenile Services says juvenile crime statewide is declining, but that's not what we continue to hear from prosecutors and communities that are dealing with the realities of the crime crisis at home. Now, Grammer says that he tried to require data reporting from each jurisdiction in Maryland, but that effort failed. Meanwhile, the Senate's version of this bill is also facing some tweaks as well, and it did move out of committee with those amendments and is now on the Senate floor this week. Of course, we'll continue to monitor the changes for both versions of this bill as those changes continue to be made. Reporting live, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 Morning News.
The Maryland Public Defender's Office is frustrated with this youth crime bill, saying it is not based on actual crime data. The public defender, Natasha Darteague, argues the bill focuses on measures that have been proven to fail in reforming young offenders. She says she'd rather see proactive plans that keep children away from committing crimes.
Well, many Maryland prosecutors support the plan. Baltimore City State's Attorney Ivan Bates and Prince George's County State's Attorney Aisha Brayboy say the bills are not about putting young people in jail. They argue the bills focus on safety and accountability.
I think one of the things, we're so focused on our children, which is very important, but we also have to give focus on the victims.
We have victims who deserve justice. We have a community that deserves safety, and we have individuals who need to be taught a lesson. While I believe in appropriate punishment, appropriate sentencing, I also believe that we have to give people a realistic pathway to come home and be stronger and better citizens.
When it comes to changes in the bill, we have seen lawmakers pass watered-down versions in the past.
Former Governor Larry Hogan pushed for Judicial Transparency Act for years. When lawmakers did pass the bill, it did not include some of its key points.
The original bill would have published sentencing data with judges' names attached to better hold them accountable for the decisions that come out of their courtrooms.
The bill lawmakers passed, it stripped judges' names out of the language. So sentencing data is just published based on jurisdiction. Now, when it comes to the juvenile crime bill, Pastor P.M. Smith says lawmakers need to listen to their constituents.
They are not listening to us. And your voting viewers need to take this position. When you stop listening to me, I stop voting for you. Stop sending them down there.
Well, that brings us to our question of the day. If juvenile crime legislation fails to pass, will it change the way you vote in the upcoming election? So far, 96% of those who voted say yes. To make your voice heard, head to foxbaltimore.com/vote.
Making your headlines around the state. 6 suspects, including 2 juveniles, are now linked to at least 80 violent crimes across Baltimore City and Baltimore County.
Attorney General Anthony Brown announced hundreds of charges against a gang. Officials say they've linked the 6 suspects to dozens of violent crimes, including murder, attempted murder, and carjacking. Though almost all of the crimes were committed in Baltimore City, the case is also being pursued in Baltimore County.
While we don't go into detail about the tactical or strategic reasons behind why we may bring a case in a particular venue, the enabling statute that we operate in gives us that flexibility to do that.
These individuals have done extensive damage to the city's neighborhoods and communities.
Investigators did not give details about the exact ages of the alleged involvement of the 2 juvenile suspects, but one of those juveniles is allegedly linked to a dozen or more of these crimes.
7:08 right now, fire crews in Texas are battling 4 major wildfires.
Now, one is threatening a nuclear weapons plant. We want to get right over to Megan Gillen in our live center with the disaster declarations now in place. Megan.
Yeah, a lot of concerns surrounding this, guys. This is a look at the current wildfire map here, the big fires that we are keeping an eye on. This is in the northern part of Texas. And the most northern one right here is the biggest one. This is the Smokehouse Creek fire, 0% contained here at this hour. Take a look at this video just into our newsroom from the scene here. This is the Smokehouse fire. You can see those flames there as that car approaches. It has already grown to be the 5th largest in state history. They're even crossing over state lines into Oklahoma last night. Check out this live shot right here. This is live at the Texas Panhandle right now, where you can see those flames, that smoke billowing into the sky right now. We know the governor there has now issued a disaster declaration for 60 counties across the state. Some schools canceling classes, several communities now under evacuation orders as the fires threaten homes and businesses. And as we mentioned, guys, the big concern, this nuclear weapons facility in Amarillo, Texas. You can see the fire burning near that plant yesterday. Now, just hours ago, an update, officials announcing they are evacuating until further notice after those flames, look at that, just got dangerously close to the property.
We have not been able to get air tankers. So far, none have been available for this area. There are a lot of wildfires going on, and that's why I want to really encourage all of the people, the citizens of the Panhandle, when you're traveling around here, be very fire aware.
And the big issue yesterday, the wind, intensifying conditions overnight. But as you look at this live shot right now, that smoke going straight up. That's some good news here. In fact, the National Weather Service posting that the winds are mostly weakening as those high wind warnings now move east. And that's where we want to bring in meteorologist Justin Chambers. We know we're going to be seeing those winds moving in later today, Justin.
That's exactly right, Megan. Man, I tell you, they would love to have some of the rain that we're going to get today for folks in Texas to kind of help with that wildfire suppression. But we definitely have the wind advisories now. They don't go into effect until 6 o'clock tonight. We're going to have a strong southerly wind here this morning and through the middle part of the afternoon. But as we head toward the later part of the evening and tonight, it will shift to be more northwesterly and westerly at 25 to 35. Could see some gusts near 40 and 55 miles an hour. That means loose objects need to be secured, especially with the fact that we are going to get some of that rain as we get later into the day. That's going to make that soil kind of loose, so those trees could knock down easily. Just a few light showers right now up and down the 95 and 83 corridor. Keeping that yellow light on your morning drive. Mr. Bo says take it slow. Numbers very mild, even warm this morning with lower 60s. Quite a different scenario for tomorrow morning. We'll take a closer look at that coming up.
Let's take a look at your Lynn Solar Traffic Network and some of the cameras across the Baltimore region here. As you see, the volume continues to grow here, and it's really picking up for your morning commute. No major incidents to report. Here's a look at the stories making your headlines this hour.
Again, that's not what's happening in reality.
And what you're speaking to, apparently, I don't know what you're speaking to is a sentencing issue.
A hearing heats up in Annapolis as a family continues to demand justice for their daughter, how the Pava-Lepere Act would impact early release for violent sex offenders.
And turn your clutter into cash. In today's Confident Consumer, the secrets to successful online sales, plus the common pitfalls to avoid. 7:12, you're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Oh, it practically feels like spring is here. Your windows are opening, birds are chirping, and you may have the impulse to start spring cleaning. But what is the best way to declutter and sell any unused or unwanted items? Well, joining us now for this week's Confident Consumer, Angie Barnett with the Better Business Bureau.
Good morning. I am living my life through these segments. Talked about data breaches, and I'm in the midst of decluttering right now. So
a lot of people are.
Absolutely. It's really important. It's the first time I've really done this wholeheartedly. These are some great tips to consider, particularly if you're going to try to sell some things. And right now, everybody needs anything, and it's amazing what you can sell.
It used to be, I mean, back, and still people still do have them, but garage sales were yard sales, and that was it. That was the only way to get it. Now there are so many things that you can do online, which is great, but also there's some cautions because people joke saying, okay, you got $5 for that, but you have a stranger coming to our house.
Absolutely, and you really need to think about that as well. But let's just begin with looking at the items you want to sell and getting on the right platform if you're going to do it online. So there's platforms specifically for technology or furniture, and we know the luxury good items. So really give consideration your platform. That's going to get you the best number of customers as well, dollar. Next, let's talk about the value of the item. So if it's over $1,000, if it's jewelry, if it's an antique, those are the areas I really encourage you go get either an estimate from experts or go online and look at the value of the items you're selling.
Your own appraisal.
Exactly. How's it? And don't look at bids. Look at what was it actually sold for, and that'll give you an idea as well. Do not sit there and try to overprice and gouge people. If you've never used an item, you still need to reduce the price. I think that's really important. People go, "Oh, it's still got the price tag on it.
I can sell it for that price." Yeah.
And I can sell it for that price. Nope, you can't. You need to reduce it anyway.
What about fees? I mean, because depending on which location you go to, some of them are free.
Yes.
And others, they have advertisers. Yeah. Others charge you or charge the buyer.
And that is a critical thing because you want to look at the terms and conditions. What are the actual? Many of the platforms, they want to take a percentage of the sale. Right. So you've got to look at that flat fee, percentage, or no fee at all. So give thought to that. How you describe the item is really important. Don't hide flaws. They're going to see it when they get it. So make it a smooth, easy process. I have an antique. It spent decades next to a wood-burning stove, and it's charred on the side, but that makes that item endearing because it tells the true story.
Right.
But I'm not going to hide that when I put it on the market. So those are things that are really important. If you're meeting somebody face to face, and if they're coming to your home, try to get those big items out in front of your garage, your front door, so they don't come into your house. Make sure people are there, and if it's an item you can swap because it's lightweight, do it at a police station and make the exchange there. There are so many safe places. You need to do that, and don't take a risk for yourself or your family.
Angie Barnett, always great to have you. Thank you very much, and look forward to hearing the next story that you have for us.
All right, well, my car's full of things for Goodwill, so I'm on the way.
There you go. All right. We need to find out exactly, is it a good time to be putting things out near the curb today? It looks like it's going to be rainy and windy tonight, right?
Yeah, possibly. If it's your trash night tonight, those trash cans they're not heavy. You're going to be rolling down the street and maybe into your neighbor's yard, especially tomorrow morning after the trash folks come. So just be aware of that. Securing loose objects is what you're going to want to do today. We could have some trees down and some power outages as well with that wind that is expected to really kick up later this afternoon. Now, right now, we've got mainly calm conditions. A few light showers as we look out over the Inner Harbor. Sun is up, but probably won't see much of the sun today. And you can see on our HD radar just a couple of light showers here out through Severn, up into Eldersburg, northern Baltimore County, Towson, over to parts of Harford County, Eastern Shore getting in on a few of those showers. As we look to the west, Morgantown over toward Pittsburgh, look at all of that activity with the lightning that we're seeing there. So a little bit more active weather now in western Maryland. And this is right on the edge of these tornado watches that have now been expanded into parts of West Virginia. So just north of Charleston, West Virginia, as this line of storms continues to roll through. We've had several tornado warnings along this line so far this morning. Will this hold up and be tornado warnings here? I don't believe so. It's not what we're looking at, but we're looking at the wind and the rain rain that is going to impact us through the later part of the afternoon and evening time. Kind of the larger picture. Look how long that line of storms extends all the way down through Memphis and Nashville. And look at the temperature difference. This is what we talk about in the spring when you get that cold air running into all of that warm air. -5 in Bismarck, 5 above in Minneapolis, 27 in Chicago. They had tornadoes there yesterday, 28 in St. Louis. It's dropped to the lower 50s in Memphis, but still 60 in Detroit. So look at all that warm air that's ahead of that cold front. That being said, the Storm Prediction Center has all of this area in green under a marginal risk for severe weather. That's 1 on a scale of 1 to 5, but it does include some of our local counties, northwestern Carroll and Baltimore counties, kind of right there on the edge of that, back into all of Frederick County as well. That's where some of those thunderstorms could pop up later today. Here's a look at the hourly future scan. It's going to be more of a southerly wind for the next couple of hours, bringing in those very mild conditions, off and on rain showers. May get a few breaks in the rain by midday today, and then later this afternoon is when that rain's going to start cranking up again. You'll see that moderate to heavy rain about 2, 3 o'clock, and then that wind is going to start shifting. This is 4 p.m. Notice the red arrows right there from Gaithersburg and Columbia west, and then you can see kind of those yellow arrows. That's the westerly wind coming in and shifting, and that's when things are going to be quite a bit colder, but still dealing with those rain showers and possible thunderstorms through about 6 o'clock tonight before all of that rain moves out of here. By 10 p.m., we're done with this whole thing, and it's just going to be the wind and the cold air that'll be in place for tomorrow. Talking about that, future scan with the temperatures thrown on there, mid to upper 60s today for the afternoon, but they quickly fall tonight into the 40s and then 30s overnight. By tomorrow morning, much different. In terms of our rainfall totals, they've come down a little bit, but still looking at least 3/4 of an inch for most of us with this rain that's going to be rolling through, and the windy conditions as well. This is that wind advisory. Doesn't begin until 6 o'clock tonight, but those west-northwesterly winds, 25, 35, gusting near 40, even near 55 miles an hour. That's what we're talking about. And the strongest wind gusts look to come after about 8, 9 o'clock tonight, really in that 40 to 50 plus mile an hour range that will be possible into the overnight hours as well. So as the kids get out to the bus stop, not needing a winter jacket this morning, but the rain gear for sure and the umbrella, and they got to hang on to their hats this afternoon with temperatures in the upper 60s when you pick them up, but that wind being the big factor tonight. Breezy and colder tomorrow. We're back to the mid-50s. Friday looks like a nice day. A few showers late Friday night into early Saturday morning, but we're close to 60 on Saturday afternoon. Sunday looks great if you want to do some brunch or church. We're looking at mid-60s for the day, and then we keep those 60s going into early next week.
All right, looks good. Justin, thank you. Looking out our Lynn Stoller traffic network, we're hearing about an accident that is on 95 in Elk Ridge. It's southbound right before exit 43. Things are beginning to open up, so that is the good news there. We don't know the cause of the accident, but if you're heading out the door this morning, just give yourself a little extra time. Let's take a look now from our Lynn Stoller mobile track, 695 northbound in Catonsville, and he is moving along up to speed.
The bad news, nobody won last night's Mega Millions drawing. Good news, the jackpot climbing for your next chance to win it. How much money you could be taking home.
And coming up, the wedding party you don't want to miss. We'll tell you all about it coming up on Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning long.
7:25, the wedding party event of the year is happening right here in Charm City.
And guess who's in the middle of it? Be More lifestyle host Mark Clark joining us live from the Visionary Arts Museum with something old, something new, something borrowed, and oh, look at that pocket square. You made it. Something blue.
Something blue. You're right, Tom. Thank you so much. Janelle Diamond is here.
Yeah.
And we got something blue also. Look, the Diamond Queen is here. I asked her, is it a wedding season? She said it's engagement season.
We're like coming at the end of engagement season, but wedding season is really like 12 months a year
All the
now.
time.
Yes. 100%.
So tell us about this big party. What's happening?
So Baltimore Weddings Magazine every year gets together an amazing group of vendors to come and let couples come and kind of talk to different people. I mean, no matter what stage you're at, if you just got engaged and you're looking for everything, if you're engaged and you know where you're getting married but you don't have your photographer yet, whatever that little piece of the puzzle that's missing, you can come here and we have someone that can talk to you about that.
Everything you need, from the food to the drinks to the DJs to just getting some good ideas. You know, so many people around the station getting married, got married. And so you were saying marriages are up. People are back in a big way.
People are back in a big way. They are sending like beautiful invitations again. These are from Kindly RSVP.
Nice.
They're doing wedding cakes. This is Sweetheart's Patisserie, but they're also doing really cool other desserts too. They're not kind of, it really is like an anything goes, and I don't know if that's just like a post-pandemic thing where it's just like,
why not?
Why not? Like
not
let
do it
us
up?
be who we are and have a wedding that really reflects us as a couple, and that's what we could try to do. And also we're at the Visionary Art Museum, which really leans into like be who you are, right?
I love it.
I mean, it's such a great space. So
we're here this morning talking weddings. If you have been thinking about it, pulling the trigger. Well, no, that's not the term I want to use.
No.
Tying the knot, is that better?
Sure. Tying the knot sounds way better.
That's what we're here this morning. Weddings, guys.
And points to the person who can include that poodle in their wedding.
The big pink poodle and the hot air balloon that's right next to it.
All right, well, if you want more information, go to foxbaltimore.com/newslinks.
The old ball and chain. Yeah, there's a lot of them. All right.
Hey.
We're gearing up for the next weather maker, set to bring some rain and potentially thunderstorms to our region. But really, meteorologist Justin Chambers is saying you got to watch out for the system of this and what the wind is going to be coming. That can get dangerous.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Welcome back on this Wednesday morning. 7:31 is the time. I'm Patrice Sanders.
And I'm Tom Rogers, and we are getting ready for our next weather maker, and that's happening really later on today.
Meteorologist Justin Chambers is here with the timing of it all.
Yeah, we're seeing some rain showers right now moving in on the HD radar for our weather authority, and then even some thunderstorms and some lightning being picked up there in far western Maryland up toward Pittsburgh as that cold front gets closer to us and starts moving in. That's what's going to change up our temperatures too. We're in the upper 50s and lower 60s right now statewide. These numbers are going to be quite different, not only tomorrow, but even later on tonight. Those numbers are going to drop pretty significantly. So after your mild morning temperatures, we're tracking the wind and the rain and then the much colder conditions for you on Thursday. Check these numbers out. 68 today, only upper 40s tomorrow. Plenty of sun tomorrow afternoon. Still going to be blustery, especially in the morning time. And then we're back to the mid 50s on Friday. Should be a pretty nice day Friday as we head into the first weekend of March. Back with your full forecast in just a few.
All right, thank you, Justin. Let's take a look now at your Lens Solar Traffic Network. We're continuing to track the accident 95 southbound in Elk Ridge, and it is right before exit 43. There was two vehicles that got caught in a fender bender in the middle of it, and then one went to the left median, the other one went to the right. That caused a major backup there. Now, looks like the one in the median is gone, same with the one on the right. So it looks like traffic's starting to open back up, and now red is now turning to yellow for you.
In your Session 2024 coverage, lawmakers in Annapolis continue to discuss a bill named after Baltimore tech CEO Pavel LePere. She was killed in her apartment building last fall.
And the bill would limit early release from prison for the most violent convicted sex offenders.
Shannon Lilly joins us live with the heated exchange among lawmakers. Shannon.
Yeah, tensions certainly ran high, Patrice and Tom, and more debate over this bill is expected before a final vote. But this latest exchange came between some who oppose the bill and one senator pushing back. Take a listen.
This bill will not improve the safety of any of us in the community. All it does is increase sentence lengths.
We have these diminution credits that reduce these sentences significantly.
They do not reduce the sentences that significantly for crimes of violence. You see the 30 days, I believe.
Did you just miss the testimony that I heard? Here's an idea. Why don't we hold people accountable to the length of the sentence that they get?
That was Senator William Folden, the Republican from Frederick County, pushing back against two public defenders opposing the bill at the Senate's Judicial Proceedings Committee hearing yesterday. Among those standing at the hearing in support, Baltimore City Councilman and Public Chair Mark Conway and City State's Attorney Ivan Bates, along with Pavel LePere's mother.
I speak on behalf of myself, my husband, my son. We're committed to turning our horrific tragedy into a positive good.
So she's pushing for Senate Bill 1098, or the Pavel Marie LePere Act. It's named after her daughter, who was murdered in September. If passed, the bill would prevent those convicted of violent sex crimes from earning so-called good time credits toward an early release from prison. Now, in LePere's case, remember, Jason Billingsley, who's indicted in her murder, had received those very credits and was released early from prison following a 2015 conviction on a sex offense. Less than a year later, he was charged in LePere's murder. And again, we do expect more conversation and debate over this bill to play out before a final vote. But we should note that both Governor Westmore and Mayor Brandon Scott are in support of this bill. Reporting live, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 Morning News.
When the street moved closer to us, I said to the community association that we were going to get hit, and they acted like I was crazy.
Well, continuing coverage this morning, that Baltimore business owner says the addition of a bike lane in front of her business is creating more hazards. In fact, just recently, a car crashed into her storefront.
Olivia Dan joining us live this morning with her concerns and how the city has responded to her claims. Olivia.
Well, Tom and Patrice, Baltimore City Council has called a public hearing for next Thursday to better understand the problems posed by complete streets or streets with bike lanes, just like 28th, which is the street that we're standing on now. But if you walk with me this way, I want to show you, you can actually still see the damage on the side of Fringe Salon here. Now, this is from when a car came barreling into the side of the salon. When the city redesigned this road last summer, it eliminated a lane of traffic, added parklets and a bike lane, and moved the remaining lane of traffic closer to Laura Schneider's salon. So making turns, she says, suddenly became a safety hazard.
And they don't realize that people are going like 50 miles an hour coming from the highway, and so they get T-boned and creamed. If your values are about cyclists and safety, well, I'm a cyclist, and I'm telling you that I don't feel safe.
The city calls this newly designed street a complete street, but Schneider is convinced this street is not a safe street for those on the road or near the road. She complains the construction had already begun before the community even had a chance to speak. And as I mentioned, City Council has called a hearing for next week to examine complaints about complete streets. Of course, we'll be monitoring that meeting to see if they come up with any solutions. And also, the city installed these two concrete barriers outside of Fringe Salon here to try and protect the building and avoid what has already happened here. But for now, reporting live in Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45 Morning News.
Thank you, Olivia. Baltimore City is in the middle of a multi-million-dollar bike lane plan, but residents have been voicing frustration with the issue for months. Now, in December, on Hartford Road in Hamilton, the city reduced a 4-lane road to 2 lanes to accommodate new bike lanes, but residents say they have seen traffic lined up for blocks with the bike lanes hardly getting any use. And then last September in West Baltimore, 2 lanes of westbound traffic on Gwen Falls Parkway were cut down to 1, leaving no lane for emergency vehicles. Former Baltimore Mayor Jack Young says he regrets a pro-bike lane proposal that he signed 5 years ago.
My thought was that we need to have alternative for people who ride bikes to be able to get around the city, but not to the magnitude of this. You know, it's just totally ridiculous how they're building all these bike lanes, putting these flex lanes up, and the streets look a mess.
Residents along Gwynns Falls Parkway say they are not against bikes, but they want the city to stop building lanes on roads that cannot accommodate them.
Baltimore's mayoral candidates are coming together to discuss environmental issues in the city, while critics say there are more pressing issues to address.
In just a few hours, Hunter Biden will answer questions on Capitol Hill, how it relates to his father's impeachment inquiry.
Our next weather maker is headed our way in just a matter of hours, followed by a bit of a cold front. Meteorologist Justin Chambers tracking the timing of the system, the temperatures, the wind, all in his full Weather Authority forecast. 7:38, you're watching Fox 45 Morning News. We are all local. 7:41, and today members of the House Oversight and Judiciary Committees will be interviewing President Joe Biden's son Hunter during a closed-door session.
Let's get right over to Megan Gillen in our live center with what we know about this hearing. Megan?
Yeah, we are taking you live to Capitol Hill, where Hunter Biden will be interviewed in just a few hours as part of the impeachment inquiry into President Biden. His father, Hunter, reportedly agreeing to this deposition after two key concessions from Republicans. The first, you see it there, the deposition will not be filmed. And the second, the transcript will be released quickly to the public to avoid selective leaks. Republicans are expected to ask about his father's role in his work life and about ethical implications of his art career. We are told, though, that Hunter will be limited in what he can tell the committee about matters related to the two federal criminal indictments that he is also facing. Today's hearing comes after months of public and private wrangling. There were some political stunts and the threat even of criminal contempt charges. We'll keep you posted on any new developments here out of Washington right here from our live center. Tom?
Megan, Fox 45 questioning the priorities of city council members, why they would rather show support for legislation surrounding license plates and landlords rather than the juvenile justice reform.
The O's took the field in Sarasota on Tuesday. Sports reporter Rocco DeSangro breaks down his takeaways from the game and who the Birds face next. 7:42, you're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Welcome into your morning sports report. I'm Rocco DeSangro. He's Ryan Ripken. We finally made it down to Sarasota for Orioles spring training. Rip, it's a good feeling to be down here. The O's, they picked up a 5-2 win over the Detroit Tigers yesterday. That was Grayson Rodriguez's first start of spring training. And Grayson Rodriguez, we've been talking about him all offseason, all of last season, especially in the second half, Rip. This is a guy that has such high expectations entering his second season in the show.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the thing that I just loved is just seeing Grayson Rodriguez back on the mound. First and foremost, this is just getting used to himself again. Spring training is about adjustments. What I liked about Grayson today was he was dominating with his fastball. Granted, he had trouble putting away hitters at the end. He got to a lot of 3-2 counts, but that power fastball, what do they say, gas up? he was gassing up hitters, especially when he needed to. Only one mistake that he made, where it was a great swing. He left the ball over the plate when he got up, but a lot of great to take away from Grayson, who was expected to take a big leap in year 2.
That mistake you're talking about was that 0-2 pitch, 2 outs in the first inning, opposite field home run for Zach McKinstry. He said it got away. He left it up a little bit, and that's okay. It happens. But Grayson Rodriguez seems like a different pitcher entering year 2, as he should be. Maturity is going to be a big thing. He's only 24 years old, and he talked about that, Rip. That is something he talked about, his biggest takeaway from year 1 to year 2, and how he's changed as a starting pitcher in the league.
Going into your rookie year, really don't know what to expect. This year, this I guess it feels a little bit more normal to me. Knowing what's going to happen throughout the season, know how to get through a season, and how to be successful.
Rip, you heard Grayson talk about that biggest takeaway. It's how to navigate the league a little bit, and that's a big thing for him entering his second season. High expectations for him, especially in the rotation that isn't sure of when John Means and Kyle Bradish will be available. It's not looking like either guy will be available for opening day, maybe Means, but if that's the case, if both guys aren't able to, if they miss their first starts, maybe more. Of course, that's not the hope. The hope is that they're back as soon as possible. Grayson Rodriguez is a guy that will be relied upon heavily to step up in the Orioles rotation and be the guy they know. He knows he can be. And Brandon Hyde, he did talk about that.
Yeah, I mean, Grayson Rodriguez has as much talent as any pitcher in Major League Baseball, not just on this Orioles club that already has a lot of talent, right? But I think the biggest thing you're talking about expectations, I think people forget when you get up to the big leagues and you hear about all these highly touted prospects, Grayson Rodriguez being that. And last year, the stress of the expectation of making the team, right? And it didn't go his way. And we talked about this too. His first real struggle was when he was in the big leagues. So when you look at that context, last year was a great learning experience for Grayson, because not only did he go through adversity, Rock, he then was able to come back from it, be dominant. Obviously didn't finish the way that he wanted against the Rangers, but Grayson Rodriguez evolved so much. And honestly, at age 24, the sky's the limit for him, and he could very well be a Cy Young candidate for the Orioles this year.
We expect a lot out of him this year, and still only his first full year, and he's still really young, but he's got great stuff, and he showed the second half what kind of pitcher he's got a chance to be.
And that's what this team and this fan base wants out of Grayson Rodriguez: evolution as he enters year 2. They would love nothing more. Expectations are high, and I think he goes out there and he does his thing this year. We're going to see a much more dialed in Grayson Rodriguez, a much more mature one as he enters his second season in Major League Baseball. For Ryan Ripken, I'm Rocco DeSangro. That's going to do it for our morning sports report here in Sarasota. Thanks for watching, and enjoy your morning.
All right, 7:49, much different weather happening for us here in Maryland.
Yeah, I mean, if you were outside yesterday afternoon, you could be wearing what Rocco is wearing, but maybe not in Florida, even around here, but not today. Meteorologist Justin Chambers, yeah, a little bit different. Wish we were down there in Sarasota.
Rock and rip. I like that. The boys doing their thing. And by the way, guys, we're 29 days out from opening day here at Camden Yards. But yeah, what we're talking about today is going to be the very mild conditions. If you've gone outside yet this morning, or if you haven't gone outside yet, when you step outside, you're going to notice it feels spring-like. It smells like spring out there. We're getting some of these spring-like showers and temperatures that are well above average. Check the right side of your screen. Most of us in the upper 50s and lower 60s right now, and those numbers are only going up. Look where the cold air is. This is America's favorite new game show, Spot the Cold Front, and you can see exactly where it is. I mean, we're at 58 in Detroit, right across the lake there, 27 in Chicago and 28 in St. Louis. Meanwhile, we're dealing with all the mild and warm air right here at home. And here it is. You can see that strong cold front. But what that's doing, cold air slams into that warmer air, spring-like conditions, and this is what we see. Look at that line of thunderstorms. We've got tornado watches and warnings that we've been tracking all morning. In fact, a new tornado watch actually just popped up that is including Charleston, West Virginia. This goes through about 10 o'clock this morning, but we're already seeing those thunderstorms move in to Pittsburgh. They're far western corner of our state, getting a couple of those light thunderstorms at this time, with a few of those lightning strikes right there in the upper left corner of your screen. Most of that is going to be north, even up toward Altoona into Pennsylvania and into central PA. You're getting some thunderstorm activity while we're just getting rain showers here. The atmosphere itself is pretty stable. We don't see a lot of instability for the afternoon, but it doesn't take much when you get that warm air and cold air kind of slapping together, and that's when you could get some of that uplift, which could fire a thunderstorm or two. Storm Prediction Center in February has put part of our region under a marginal risk. That's 1 on a scale of 1 to 5. It's for Frederick, northern Carroll, and northwestern Baltimore County. This is the larger picture here, and you can see how long this area extends, where we're already seeing some of those thunderstorms just to the west of us. So we're going to have to deal with the wind and the rain this afternoon and some possible T-storms as well. This is a look at our hourly future scan. 9 o'clock this morning, the southerly wind bringing in the milder and warm temperatures, off and on showers through midday today. So it's going to be a cloudy day. It will also be very spring-like in terms of our temps, but you're getting that good spring rain rolling through in that 3 and 4 o'clock hour. That's when we expect the heaviest bands of rain to move through the region. Then the wind is going to shift, and then we'll still have to deal with rain through about 6 o'clock tonight before all of that moisture pushes out of here. By 10 p.m., this system is done. And now what we're talking about is the cold air and the wind that's going to be with us for tomorrow morning. Probably going to pick up another 3/4 of an inch of rain around the region, possibly close to an inch in some spots. And then the wind this afternoon and evening time. The wind advisory starts at 6 o'clock tonight. All of the areas here in beige, the west-northwesterly winds 25 to 35 miles an hour, gusting near 40, and even possibly 55-mile-an-hour winds. So breezy and colder tomorrow. The wind will die down by tomorrow afternoon, but notice those temperatures in the back to the upper 40s. Friday doesn't look too bad. Mid-50s. We'll see some showers late Friday into early Saturday, but Saturday afternoon, Sunday, both of those days look pretty good, and we've got 60s on the way for the first week of March next week.
Sounds great there. Discover the power of aerobic exercises. Still ahead in our 9 o'clock hour, how it will help you unlock the secret to a healthier heart.
No one matched the winning numbers to get the Mega Millions jackpot, $607 million. Just how much, though, you would take home if you were to win it?
I keep forgetting to buy a ticket, so now I have another shot.
Yeah.
Do I spend my money on that, or do I get a cup of coffee? Well, this one's free, so.
And that's guaranteed.
All right, let's go for a coffee break.
7:56 and trending now. For the 8th time in Mega Millions history, the estimated jackpot for Friday's drawing will surpass $600 million.
I feel lucky.
Yeah.
Maybe I should get a ticket. I keep saying that. This comes after there were no tickets that matched all 6 numbers in last night's drawing.
Now, Mega Millions holds the distinction of being the only lottery game to have awarded 5 different jackpots worth more than $1 billion. In states like Florida, somebody won 5 numbers last night there, South Carolina, Maine, Illinois, and Michigan.
We are looking forward to mild temperatures this morning, but our next weather maker is also on the way. Meteorologist Justin Chambers tracking that system and the potential for some afternoon thunderstorms in his Weather Authority forecast.
And Baltimore Weddings Magazine is getting ready for their big party on Tuesday, and everybody knows Baltimore is for lovebirds. Wait a minute, is that the Raven and the Oriole together? Okay, who knew? I didn't know. We'll tell you all about it coming up on Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning long.
Coming up, mayoral candidates are meeting today to debate environmental issues ahead. Olivia Dans highlights why some are frustrated with the lack of focus on quality of life crimes.
And continuing debate in Annapolis over juvenile crime. Shannon Lilly has more on the small tweaks and big changes that are causing controversy.
We're tracking our next weather maker, bringing wind and rain to the region. We'll talk about what we can expect later today and for tomorrow as well.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Good morning on this Wednesday, February 28th, what would typically be the last day of February, not this year though. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Megan Gillen. February has a lot in store for us, too. We're going to see a lot of weather events here in the coming hours.
Meteorologist Justin Chambers is here. All the leap year babies are celebrating their birthdays today, but they've got rain to do it in.
Yeah, they do. Well, they can celebrate it tomorrow because
I was going to say, or the first, too. You've got that weird stretch.
29th and the 1st, but the last day of meteorological winter tomorrow.
That was backwards what I said. I get it.
The last day of meteorological winter tomorrow will be a lot colder than today. day, which will feel more spring-like, but we have to deal with wind and rain. This is what we're looking at right now from our Towson camera. Definitely those wet roads out there, as we've been dealing with a few of these off and on showers. You can see that right there on the HD radar. Not a lot of rain. Most of the heavier rain is out toward Delaware and out toward Elkton as well, kind of right up the 95 corridor. So if you're heading up to Philly this morning, you're going to run right through some of those more light to moderate showers. Temps are mild. Look at these numbers. 61 in Baltimore City, 54 Brooklyn Park, 56 in Woodlawn, 55 in Dundalk. A lot of us are about 17 to 20 degrees warmer than where we were just 24 hours ago. So definitely those mild conditions will continue all the way through the day. We'll get to the mid to upper 60s later this afternoon, but it does come with the wind and the heavy rain as well. We'll take a closer look at that hour-by-hour forecast for you in just a few minutes.
All right, Justin, thank you. Out on the roads, we have your Len Stoller traffic network here. And if you take a look, bottom left-hand side of your screen, actually top left-hand side of your screen, there is a crash there reported in Owings Mills, 795 southbound at exit 4. Emergency vehicles on the scene there. Traffic is crawling, barely moving through that area, backed up all the way to Franklin Boulevard at exit 7.
The top mayoral candidates are expected to attend a forum to discuss environmental issues facing Baltimore.
Olivia Dance is joining us live with more on the forum and why some of the topics may cause frustration. Olivia.
Yeah, Megan and Patrice, the forum is happening at 5:30 today at Mount Lebanon Baptist Church. And as you mentioned, the top mayoral candidates will discuss environmental issues. But this forum comes as quality of life crimes seem to be out of control.
In the last 2 or 3 years, it has just gone downhill immensely. Heck, the house right there that with the stucco there was broken into.
Residents are on edge as quality of life crimes run rampant, from car thefts to home break-ins and porch pirates. Residents are calling for change and action to be taken, but BPD is more than 500 officers short, making that a challenge. City State's Attorney Ivan Bates created the citation docket to address quality of life crimes, but very few citations have actually been written since it first launched. We've pressed top mayoral candidates Sheila Dixon and Mayor Brandon Scott about the quality of life issues, and Dixon has been a victim of quality of life crime herself.
My son called me on the phone and said somebody broke through the door of the garage. He saw them leaving with the bike.
The police department needs to step up. They need to get trained properly, understand what it takes, and then get out there and start providing these citations.
We're going to continue to focus on that. We, as an administration, here, as a police department in Baltimore City, have always been focused on quality of life crimes.
And as residents remain concerned about quality of life crimes, again, today's forum will instead focus on environmental issues. Of course, we will be monitoring the event to see if Dixon or Scott address any of these crime concerns. But for now, reporting live in Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45 Morning News.
In your session 2024 coverage, state Democrats hope to tackle some of Maryland's youth crime issues during a juvenile justice hearing. But there is a growing divide in Annapolis.
Shannon Lilly is joining us live with more on the debate surrounding the next steps forward. Shannon.
Yeah, so we know, Megan and Patrice, that the large top Democrats is moving forward in both the House and Senate. But we do expect more discussion on this to happen in the House today.
Well, we'll try and get back to Shannon in just a bit. Right now, though, fire crews in Texas are battling 4 major wildfires.
And a tornado in Illinois is leaving damage and destruction in its wake. We've got a lot going on across the country. Tom Rogers in our live center with the disaster declarations now in place. Tom.
Yeah, you're seeing exactly what's left over from that storm as that went through the tornado. They think it hasn't been officially called a tornado, but it was going through Ohio. We're taking you live here where there's helicopter footage of some of the neighborhoods. You can see some reporters out on the scene, down trees and power lines throughout here, and you can see boarded up windows already here as they continue to follow through this. Now, this region, they say last night also had large hail and wind gusts of 70 miles per hour were possible. Meanwhile, in Illinois, cleanup underway after damage from that tornado was able to move through the region. You can kind of make it out a little bit here as that barn, that metal roof and everything is flipped over and on its side. It was covering all that farm equipment. On top of this, now we're talking about power outages Texas that happened overnight. And believe it or not, they've gotten a lot better since we've been following that this morning. In fact, Illinois, right next to it, they're tracking there's only 1,000 people out of power there. But the Ohio, where we were just showing you that live shot from the footage there, 27,000. That was just 16,000 about a half hour ago. Right now, Michigan is also reporting some power outages, but not too much there, as we have 15,000 out there. And it could be knocked offline over the course of the day, so those numbers will be fluctuating just like what we experience here in Maryland. Turning to our wildfire map, too, and you can see going in Texas is where we've been talking about a lot of fires going on, but there are 4 major fires burning right now in northern Texas. You see the panhandle right here in Amarillo. Among dozens of those small fire lines, largest, the Smokehouse fire, and it's 0% contained at this hour. Take a look at some of the video that was coming into our newsroom, too, from the scene here in the panhandle of Texas. Smokehouse fire has already grown to be the 5th largest in the state history, even crossing over into state lines into Oklahoma last night. So we're seeing some touches there on that. Also a Mills Creek fire. Now I want to take you to, let me see if I can pull that up here real quick and see if I can find, yeah, here's Austin, Texas this morning. Doesn't look that bad at all. The governor, though, has now issued a disaster declaration for 60 counties. Some schools have been canceled. They canceled their classes, and several communities are under evacuation orders as those fires were threatening homes and businesses. One major concern that we were addressing earlier, the nuclear weapons facility in Amarillo, Texas. It was surrounded by fires that we showed you on that map. You can see fire burning right near the plant yesterday. It was evacuated and shut down overnight, but that plant is back open, and they are now posting they're operating as usual this morning. Some good news there as the flames were able to be kept clear, well clear of the property.
We have not been able to get air tankers. So far, none have been available for this area. There are a lot of wildfires going on, and that's why I want to really encourage all of the people, the citizens of the Panhandle, when you're traveling around here, be very fire aware.
Very fire aware is what he's talking about, and that's exactly what a lot of people are need to be aware of, especially because the wind was only intensifying conditions overnight. Things are improving in Texas, though, as that system is moving out, heading our direction. Those high wind warnings now moving east. Forecasters are looking at possible rain come Thursday in Texas to help them there as you continue to take a live look at the aftermath of the tornado in Ohio. That's the latest from our live center. Megan?
All right, Tom, thank you. Baltimore City Council members showing their support for 2 proposals in the legislature, but they don't include addressing juvenile crime. Still ahead this morning, what they decided to back instead of pressing the matter of juvenile crime.
And a bill that would limit early release for violent sex offenders. Ahead, we have the heated debate coming from lawmakers.
Well, we're seeing some more rain showers move through. Thunderstorms moving closer to western Maryland and up into Pennsylvania as well. We'll talk about if any of those thunderstorms will be around our area this afternoon coming up.
There's very few parts in that process that we can play a role.
We know that the General Assembly is really taking a hard look at those bills.
It is 8:12 now, and you see that next weather maker? That next weather maker is coming for us today.
That's right. Meteorologist Justin Chambers has been timing this out for us. Justin, what time do you think this is going to start?
Well, we've seen the rain showers that have already been with us here this morning. The mild conditions continue, very warm air. If you look at the HD radar there on your screen, we're getting some thunderstorms that are popping up just to the west of Garrett County, just south of Pittsburgh. That line of showers and storms getting a little bit closer. As we head toward the afternoon, we're going to get those temperatures to warm up even more. A lot of us are in the 50s and lower 60s right now, and we'll see those numbers keep climbing. So mild morning temperatures tracking the wind and rain, and then much colder for tomorrow. Back with your full forecast in just a few.
Frustrated over bike lanes in Baltimore ahead. We have their concerns and one business owner's reaction.
And the city council makes no mention of juvenile reform bills moving through Annapolis. A lifelong Baltimore resident weighs in after the break. 8:13, you're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
There's very few parts in that process that we can play a role.
We know that the General Assembly is really taking a hard look at those bills, and we're very interested to see what comes out of that.
No mention of the governor's juvenile crime reform as the Baltimore City Council signals their support for two other state bills, one that requires just cause for evictions and another that cracks down on out-of-state vehicles. This morning, lifelong Baltimore resident Pastor P.M. Smith is joining us live to weigh in. Pastor Smith, good morning.
Good morning, Miss Megan.
Now, we did hear from council members. They insist that their absence of public endorsement should not signal a lack of support here. With that said, are you surprised that there wasn't any mention of juvenile crime?
I'm not surprised, Miss Megan. Baltimore City has a problem, and it's not landlord-tenant relationships, it's not clean buses, and it's not out-of-town tags. It's crime. They've done nothing to address the matter of crime. And what's troubling to me is the cries of the parents, the pleas of the police officers, the input from probation has not brought their attention to that. We have elected a closet of clowns and cowards. They don't have the strength to address the issues, and that's because they're weak.
Let me try to look at both sides of this, Pastor Smith. We know that this is working its way through the State House right now. In fact, today in Annapolis, the House could vote on 14 amendments to the governor's juvenile crime bill. Do you think that because they see this moving through the state that it really wasn't what was on their docket at that moment? I see your face and I hear you, but
Ms. Megan,
thinking about what they might be thinking.
This is Baltimore City. Mr. Stokes is in charge of education. He's done nothing. Mr. Mark Conway is in charge of public safety. He's done nothing. The mayor stole the conduit. The president of the city council tried to do an end run around terms. Mr. Bill, the comptroller, hasn't audited anybody. They have done nothing. And the damnable thing is, of the 14 members, 10 are people of color, and they don't have any concern for what's happening in this community to our young folk who are also people of color. The only one I give credit for standing up is Mr. Slifer, and he's from the 5th District. Baltimore City, with those others, we have no representation, no leaders whatsoever.
Pastor Smith, you've lived here all your life. You clearly have a pulse of the city. You work here. You know a lot of the people. We mentioned that evictions were one of the things they wanted to take a look at. Do you think that is important? We know juvenile crime certainly is something that we are focusing on, but is that something that needs to be addressed right now?
Landlords don't want property here. Tenants don't want to live here because of crime. Crime is the environment that will set the tone. Public safety is the #1 issue. Now, we need to say to them, May is coming. I'm not going to reward you for doing nothing. I'm not going to reward you for not standing up for me. I sent you there to fight for me, and if you're not going to fight for me, I'm going to fight against you. Re-elect. Put all of them out except Mr. Slifer. All of them got to go except Mr. Slifer.
It's the strongest way to make your voice heard. Pastor Smith, we appreciate you weighing in. Thank you.
Thank you, Miss Megan.
All right, it's 8:19. Meteorologist Justin Chambers is tracking our next weather maker as we speak. Justin, look at that shot right there. Seeing the rain, as you mentioned, in the city.
Yeah, and also we just have a brand new update, Meg, from the Storm Prediction Center that has put more of us under a marginal risk for severe weather. Marginal is 1 on a scale of 1 to 5, but it does mean that more of us have the opportunity to see the potential of some strong to severe thunderstorms, possibly by the time we head into the afternoon. So yeah, getting the rain right now and the very mild temperatures. You can see the cold air and that cold front where it's 26 in Chicago, 55 in Detroit, dropped to 49 in Memphis. It was 70 earlier this morning in Memphis, so those colder temperatures are coming. Most of us here along the East Coast and down toward the Southeast are dealing with those mild conditions at this time. But here is where the cold front is. And look, along that front and even back to the south of that front through Nashville and Memphis, dealing with that line of thunderstorms. We actually have tornado watches that are just to the west of us in parts of West Virginia. So getting closer to western Maryland, you're also seeing some more of these thunderstorms that are developing in Pittsburgh and down toward areas in western Maryland at this time. Right now here at home, just a couple of light showers moving from Baltimore out toward the eastern shore with the stronger storms just to the north of us. But that's going to change as we get into the afternoon. This is what I was talking about. So look at this. Almost the entire area now under a marginal risk for severe weather. The only exception is going to be Caroline County, but every other county in our viewing area is now under that marginal risk. And this extends back all the way through down toward D.C. and Fredericksburg, Charlottesville, all the way up towards Scranton and Albany and Utica. So that area of the country, or this area of the country, is where we'll have that best chance for some of the showers, thunderstorms, and damaging wind gusts. And that's going to be the main issue. It does not look like it's going to be hail or tornadic. However, the damaging wind is something we've been talking about all morning long. This is our hourly future scan. You can see those showers developing and will continue off and on through midday today. The southerly wind is what's going to bring in the mild air and will keep those temperatures climbing. As we get to about 2 o'clock this afternoon, you're still going to see some light to moderate rain. Looks like the bulk of the heaviest rain moves between 2 and 4 o'clock today. And then the wind is going to shift and be more westerly and northwesterly behind this weather maker, but still dealing with rain into that 5 and 6 o'clock hour. All of that gets out of here by about 10 o'clock tonight. So So we're done with the rain, and we're going to pick up a good probably 3/4 of an inch to close to an inch of rain, depending on where you live from this system. Now, the wind is the wind advisory, and this begins at 6 o'clock tonight. Will last through early tomorrow morning. We could see some west-northwesterly gusts, 25, 35, gusts near 40, and even possibly 55 miles an hour. So secure objects, or you want to secure those loose objects because they could be blowing around quite a bit. Temperatures mid to upper 60s today, but look at that drop off tomorrow. We're only in the upper 40s. Notice a nice little improvement, though, as we get into the weekend. Things will be a lot calmer as we get into the first weekend of March. So March will officially be coming in like a lamb. You can see that 7-day forecast. 60s continue, and we stay mainly dry through the middle of next week.
Justin, thank you. Coming up, a new film that highlights faith is premiering in Maryland ahead. We are talking with the movie's lead actress and director.
Baltimore Weddings Magazine has their big weddings bash coming up on Tuesday. We'll tell you all about it. You can get some great ideas, and we're going to talk about food next on Fox 45 Morning News. All local, all morning long.
The wedding party event of the year is happening right here in Charm City.
Mark Clark is joining us live from the Visionary Arts Museum with something old, something new, and something tasty. Mark, good morning.
That's right, guys. Chef Matt is here. This is just a snapshot of what's going to be happening on Tuesday. So, Chef, tell us about what we have here.
Yeah, I'd love to. I'll start over here on my right, your left. Well, this is our vegan pastrami on rye.
Ah.
We cure our carrot with a pastrami-inspired rub, let some of the moisture come out of that, and then we roast that through kind of like the same style that you would with real pastrami. But it's carrot, has a little bit of arugula gremolata on the bottom, pickled mustard seeds on top, and of course a rye crostini.
delicious.
And then in the center is one of our plays on a birria taco. Traditionally, they use goat, but it's not quite an American taste as well. So we use our short rib. We braise that with our chuck. It's topped with a little cotija cheese, pickled red onions, and some cilantro. Some salt and lime on the side for the tequila shot that has been taken by the chef in the back.
That's right.
And then last but not least, one of our vegan small plates. This is a new style of service that we've been very successful with, and a lot of people have enjoyed because it's fork-ready food that you can take away from the table, walk through the venue with a fork, and just enjoy and be able to mingle. There's a chickpea cake on the bottom with a pickled vegetable slaw, a spicy tahini aioli, and some pomegranate seeds.
Man, again, just a snapshot of one of the many vendors who will be here Tuesday celebrating, giving ideas for weddings. I'm telling you, I'm going to have to try this.
Go ahead.
I'm going to have to try this if you don't mind, guys. Bottoms up. Is that, you don't say bottoms up, right? No. Okay.
I'm always ready for bottoms up.
That comes next.
And you've got the vegan small plate. This is meant for you today, Mark.
That looked good.
Right.
He's still chewing. Well done, Mark. Thank you. And we're going to put more information on our website, foxbaltimore.com/newslinks.
All this month, Fox 45 is saluting our champions of courage as positive role models who keep Dr. Martin Luther King Jr.'s dream alive. You can watch our Champions of Courage special on March 2nd at 11:30 a.m. on the CW Baltimore. You can also catch it the next day, Sunday, March 3rd on My TV Baltimore at 1 and right here on Fox 45 at 11 p.m.
Coming up, mild temperatures this morning, but showers are coming in throughout the day. Meteorologist Justin Chambers has more on what we can expect in his full Weather Authority forecast. Look at those raindrops.
And a proposal in the state legislature to limit early release for sex offenders. After the break, we have more on that debate in Annapolis. 8:28, you're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Welcome back to Fox 45 Morning News. It is Wednesday, February 28th. I'm Megan Gillen.
I'm Tom Rogers. A wet, windy, and rainy, wet, windy, warm.
There it is.
There's the other.
On this Wednesday?
On this Wednesday. I was trying to get it, yeah.
Winning.
Yeah, winning Wednesday. Yeah, we need to go over to our meteorologist, Justin Chambers, and find out exactly. It could get a little dangerous tonight with the wind.
Yeah, and it could be wacky, too, because we're talking about warm air and then cold air all in the same day. Within the span of 24 hours, we're going to go from upper 60s to 30s and 40s. So that's what we're talking about with this wild pattern. So there you go for a Wednesday. Yeah, I know. We'll just keep the W's coming, man. Our downtown Baltimore camera, we are seeing some light showers right now. Rain has kind of moved off. Look at the HD radar. Most of the rain is moving out toward Elkton, up the 95 corridor. A few more showers and even thunderstorms just to the north and west of us in PA. But 52 Rosedale. How about 56 in Dundalk, 56 as well in Woodlawn, and lower 60s in Baltimore City. Out and about, Cass, those numbers are going to keep climbing. We'll get to the mid to upper 60s through midday today, and we're tracking more of that rain and wind. We'll top out at 68 today, about 20 degrees colder tomorrow, but we're a lot sunnier. And then Friday actually looks pretty good with temps that'll get right back to the mid 50s. So not a bad first weekend of March upon us. Back with your full forecast coming up in a few.
All right, Justin, thank you. In your Session 2024 coverage, lawmakers in Annapolis continue to discuss a bill which would limit early release for most violent convicted sex offenders.
The bill is named after Baltimore Tech CEO Pavel Lepere. She was killed in her apartment building just last fall. Shannon Lilly is joining us live with a heated exchange that happened among lawmakers. Shannon?
Yeah, tensions certainly ran high, Tom and Megan, and we do expect more debate to come over this bill before a final vote. But this latest exchange was between some who oppose the bill and one senator pushing back. Take a listen.
This bill will not improve the safety of any of us in the community. All it does is increase sentence lengths.
We have these diminution credits that reduce these sentences significantly.
They do not reduce the sentences that significantly for crimes of violence. You see the 30 days, I believe.
Did you just miss the testimony that I heard? Here's an idea. Why don't we hold people accountable to the length of the sentence that they get?
That was Senator William Folden, the Republican from Frederick County, pushing back against two public defenders opposing this bill at the Senate's Judicial Proceedings Committee hearing yesterday. And among those standing at the hearing in support, Baltimore City Councilman and Public Chair Mark Conway and City State's Attorney Ivan Bates, along with Pavel Lepere's mother.
This bill sends a clear message that sentences for such heinous crimes will be fully enforced, and a convicted individual will face significant consequences for their actions.
So again, you just heard from City State's Attorney Ivan Bates, and we're also hearing from Pavel Lepere's mother, who's pushing for Senate Bill 1098, or the Pavel Marie Lepere Act. It's named after her daughter, who was murdered in September. If passed, the bill would prevent those convicted of violent sex crimes from earning so-called good time credits toward an early release from prison. Remember, in Lepere's case, Jason Billingsley, who's indicted in her murder, had received those very credits and was released early from prison following a 2015 conviction on a sex offense. Less than a year later, he was charged in Lepere's murder. So again, we do expect further conversation and debate over this bill before a final vote. We should note, though, that both Governor Wes Moore and Mayor Brandon Scott are in support of the bill. Reporting live, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 Morning News.
Thank you, Shannon. If you feel your crime concerns are not being heard, reach out to your lawmakers. Take a moment and look at your screen right here. This is House Speaker Adrian Jones, Senate President Bill Ferguson, two of the most powerful voices in Annapolis, and we put their phone numbers and their email addresses right there for you.
When the street moved closer to us, I said to the community association that we were going to get hit, and they acted like I was crazy.
Continuing coverage this morning, a Baltimore business owner says the addition of a bike lane in front of her business is creating more hazards. Just recently, a car crashed into her storefront.
Olivia Dance is joining us live from the scene with her concerns and how the city has responded. Olivia.
Yeah, well, Tom and Megan, Baltimore City Council has called a public hearing for next Thursday to better understand the problems posed by complete streets or streets with bike lanes, just like 28th, which is the street that we're on now. Meanwhile, if we come this way, I want to show you. You can still see the damage on the side of Fringe Salon here. This is from when a car came barreling into the side of the building. When the city redesigned this road just last summer, it eliminated a lane of traffic, added parklets and a bike lane, and moved the remaining lane of traffic closer to Laura Schneider's salon. So making turns, she says, suddenly became a safety hazard.
And they don't realize that people are going like 50 miles an hour coming from the highway, and so they get T-boned and creamed. At some point, we have to be like, this way isn't working.
The city calls this newly designed street a complete street, but Schneider is convinced this street is not a safe street for those on the road or near the road. She complains the construction had already begun before the community even had a chance to speak. And as I mentioned, City Council has called a hearing for next week to examine complaints about complete streets. Of course, we'll be monitoring that meeting to see if they come up with any solutions. And also, the city installed these two barriers outside of the salon to prevent any more damage to Schneider's business. But for now, reporting live in Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45 Morning News.
All right, Olivia, thank you. Continuing coverage now this morning, Baltimore County residents gathering to express their concerns over the county's 10-year master development plan, which you can actually see right here. This is a good interactive map here. It seeks to revitalize key areas in Baltimore County by investing in government buildings, county infrastructure, housing, schools, and more. What you see right here, the red areas actually mark the places, you look close right there, that have been designated for the most support. And this includes, as we look a little bit closer, we've got Owings Mills in there, Randallstown, Pikesville, Towson, and more in those red areas. However, some residents want to make sure that schools are not overcrowded and that there is enough infrastructure to support increased development. One critic, Councilmember David Marks, believes this 10-year plan is moving too quickly to keep up with existing infrastructure.
We have to have the roads fixed, some open space, good connections to public resources, and we have to fix the schools. There's an awful lot of housing units already out there. I would say that we welcome all suggestions from all people, but we're not going to be pushing this process along at breakneck speed.
And while some say affordable housing and apartment complexes are not the answer, others in the community say the need is critical. Nick Stewart with We the People in Baltimore County worries the situation is becoming dire.
There is a housing crisis in our county and in the state of Maryland. What we were talking about was only about creating a certain amount of housing in connection with those abandoned properties that exist in our county. It wasn't about making our county a city.
To get a better understanding of Baltimore County's development plan, we actually have their goals. You can see it right there, and metrics that you see. The main takeaway as you look at all of these right here are that they hope to increase the number of mixed use and walkable areas, as well as affordable housing, mass transit projects, revitalize aging infrastructure, and increase the number of green spaces.
For more information on Baltimore County's development plan and for full coverage on this issue, you can find it all right on our website. That's foxbaltimore.com.
Mayoral candidates are set to address key environmental issues, why the forum topic is causing some controversy amid the rise in crime.
We have a few showers this morning, but meteorologist Justin Chambers is tracking the real danger in our next weather maker and how it will impact your evening commute in all night long. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News. We're all local, all morning. All right, 8:42 on this wet, windy, wild, wacky Wednesday.
Let's get a check of your weather with meteorologist Justin Chambers.
Warm, too. Temperatures are in the 60s, and we're going to be in the mid to upper 60s later this afternoon. But we are tracking that wet weather here with that rain that is on the way. Our HD radar showed us some rain showers this morning, a couple of light showers down near D.C., most of the heavier rain moving up toward Elkton at this time. But it's going to reappear as we get later into the morning and especially through the middle part of the afternoon. Wind also going to be the big issue, especially once that wind shifts and will become more west and northwesterly. That's when we have the wind advisory in effect for later tonight. So you want to secure those loose objects. Could see some trees down, possible power outages on power lines with the fact that we're going to get a lot of rain. Then the wind could come and knock down those trees and could cause some issues for us. That's why we're talking about the next weather maker. Mid to upper 50s and lower 60s, your temperatures right now. And again, those numbers are falling considerably tomorrow. We're going to drop by about 20 degrees on Thursday. We're right back to the mid 50s on Friday as we head toward the first weekend of meteorological spring. Back with your full forecast. We'll break it all down for you coming up.
Thank you, Justin. Lower your chances of cardiovascular disease by doing some aerobic exercises. Still ahead in our next hour, the workouts that will increase your chance to have a healthier lifestyle.
Plus, Apple pulling the plug on its electric vehicle, how the company revolutionized the auto industry without selling a single car.
And now you can watch Fox 45 News for free anytime on Amazon Fire TV or Samsung TV Plus. 8:43, you're watching Fox 45 Morning News. We are all local all morning.
.46 is your time right now. Our next weather maker is what we're tracking. We've been tracking it all morning and all week as well. This is what we're looking at from our Towson camera. We do have some wet roads out there. The sun trying to break through a little bit with some of that cloud cover. It is definitely warm or even mild or even warm, but look how much colder it is just to the west of us. You can see that sharp contrast in the temperatures. This is the cold front that's been making its way across the country. 44 in Dallas, 49 now in Memphis. It was 70 earlier this morning in Memphis. So we're going to see that that cold front move into our area, and that's what's going to change up our weather as we head into the afternoon. This is what it looks like right now. You can see that front. It's draped from the Great Lakes all the way down through the Mid-South. You can see that line of showers and thunderstorms right through Nashville up toward Columbus, Ohio. We had some tornado warnings earlier this morning in parts of Ohio. And in fact, actually getting a few of those right now. It looks like we have that tornado watch that is posted in parts of West Virginia, including Charleston. But the leading edge of this system is bringing some of those showers and thunderstorms right to the west side, or I should say, yeah, the west side of the Appalachians, and then coming up over the mountains is what we're going to see over the next few hours. So looking at our HD radar here, again, just a couple of light showers right now. We'll get a break from the rain for at least the next hour or so, but more than likely developing more of that rain as we head later into the morning, and especially as we head toward the afternoon. Now, this is the update we told you at the top of the hour. The Storm Prediction Center has now put us under a marginal risk for severe weather. That's a 1 on a scale of 1 to 5. So it's on the lower end, but we have that potential for some damaging wind gusts, especially as we get later into the afternoon and evening. Not necessarily a tornadic threat. However, we have the atmosphere that gets a little bit more unstable. We very well could see some of those thunderstorms develop a little bit later this afternoon and evening time. So that's what we're tracking here. And that whole area in green is under that marginal risk. Here's a look at your hourly future scan. That southerly wind picking up here and bringing us the mild and warm temperatures through the day today. This takes us to about 2 o'clock this afternoon. That's when we're going to start to see that heavier rain roll in, and right along the 95 and 83 corridor between about 2 and 4 p.m. looks to be the timing of the heaviest rain, the intense downpours, and potentially some of those strong wind gusts. Then behind that, we're going to see that wind continue to shift and be more westerly, bringing more of that rain through 5 and 6 o'clock tonight. So it's going to be a wet day. There's no doubt about that. And in terms of our rainfall totals, we're looking at adding at least another 3/4 to a possible inch of rain area-wide from this weather maker that's rolling through. The wind, that's the biggest issue, I think, and we can see our wind advisory starting at 6 o'clock tonight through early tomorrow morning. Those gusts could be near 40, 50, and even close to 60 miles an hour by this afternoon and evening time. And we're talking late afternoon, evening. So when I say 6, 7 p.m. into the overnight hours, that's going to be our best chance for some of that strong wind. Mid to upper 60s across central Maryland. Those numbers drop considerably tomorrow, back to the upper 40s. Then we're right back to the mid to upper 50s into Friday and Saturday. And overall, as we head toward next week, we get those 60s right back into the region with a lot quieter conditions on the way. Here's that 7-day forecast for you. 54 on Friday, close to 60 on Saturday, and then notice those 60s return next week. We'll have another weather maker that'll roll through Friday night into Saturday morning, bring a little bit more rain, but not looking at anything active with that next system behind this one. Back to you.
Thank you, Justin. Happening this weekend, red carpet premiere in Mitchellville, Maryland. New film, My Private Line to God. It's coming to Maryland this Saturday, and we're joined by the film's writer, director, producer, Mignon Pinson, and the star of the film, Aaliyah Butler. Ladies, thank you so much for coming in.
Thank you for having us.
Thank you for having us.
Yeah, I see the smile right there. Okay, so modeling, actress, what else have you done? And you're what, 27, 28 years old?
No, I'm actually 8 years old.
You're 8 years old, and you're already premiering in films.
Yeah.
You're modeling, you're doing everything. So tell me about your character in this film.
She has some problems going on in her house, and she uses God to fix those problems. And
Really?
she uses God to pray and ask him to fix her problems with her family.
Oh, that's incredible. Okay, so prayer is the way that she's able to kind of resolve the issues. That's great. Okay. And then tell us though, a little bit about when you wrote this film, were you thinking, okay, I'm going to make a feature film and I want this, and you kind of had all the situation, or did that move as you were working with the actors?
It moved when we were writing it. Actually, when I was writing it, I created the story, and the story was completed before we started casting.
Yeah.
But we wanted to bring a lot of awareness to people. Don't be ashamed if you're praying to God and God doesn't hear your first prayer. In this movie, you'll learn that when 2 or more join together in prayer, God hears you.
Yep.
Yeah, Matthew. Yeah.
Matthew 18,
Matthew
verse 3.
18, 20, yeah.
That's what
All
this
right,
story is centered around.
Oh, that's perfect. All right, well, that's a great theme. Where 2 or 3 are gathered, his
There I
presence.
am.
Yeah. Okay, so the film is based on, okay, I want to have a walk with the Lord, or are you saying, okay, this is what all people follow, and even an 8-year-old, a very mature 8-year-old, can find there's a direct path and they can talk directly to God.
Exactly, and exactly, you said it correctly. So in this movie here too, and we wanted to also show even the younger kids that when you're faced up against a lot of things, there is a way out. You have to have faith. You have to pray, and we wanted the world to see that we need to start training younger kids to start praying and relying on God, having faith. Whatever issues you have going on, you have to be able to pray and learn how to pray. But in this movie, she uses her imagination.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, she uses her imagination, and you have to come and see how she
Yeah.
uses her imagination.
What's going on? Are there like fights? Do you have to like wrestle somebody? You have a stand-in? Like, do you have a stunt double?
No, it's
Okay.
like it's just like my parents going off and on and off and on
parents.
about stuff.
Yeah.
And it's making me really sad. And of course,
issues.
Yeah, it's school issues. And of course, as an 8-year-old, you wouldn't fix those about your about your parents.
Yeah.
So I'm using God to resolve those problems.
She receives a birthday gift. And she uses that birthday gift too.
Perfect. All right, we don't want to give up too much. Now, there's some tickets still available, and this is going to, the first time you're going to actually see the film, then will be coming up. All right, to tell us about that, where we can go to get tickets, and what church we can go to see it.
You actually can purchase your tickets today. Go to www.instantseats.com. Purchase your tickets. There's a very limited amount of seats available. We're showing the red carpet movie premiere at Woodstream Church in Mitchellville, Maryland.
Perfect, yes. This lady right here on this picture, this model right here, I don't know if you can see it, looks just like you. It's amazing. What? Oh my goodness. Model, actress, what else? Do you do stand-up comedy? Do you sing, dance?
No, I don't sing, but I want to start tennis.
Oh, why not, right? Also, there's something else that you had maybe a little bit later on. We can see what the weather wall looks like, because you were talking about meteorology and how he's able to figure it out with that green screen over there.
Yeah.
All right, well, hang on, Aaliyah, here in just a little bit. And Mignon, thank you so much. Looking forward to this movie happening this Thursday.
Yep.
This Saturday.
This Saturday, coming
March
up.
the 2nd.
Saturday, March the 2nd, right there. Thank you so much,
You're
ladies.
welcome. Thank you for having us.
Thank you for having us.
You got to grab me an autograph before they head out. Coming up, talking about weather here, a tornado ravaging the Midwest. Ahead, we have more on the damage in Illinois and an update from Ohio. Plus, a wedding bash to remember ahead. Fox 45's Mark Clark is showing us all around the American Visionary Art Museum for that special day.
Oh, weddings, yeah, you need a lot of energy, a lot of time, a lot of dress, a lot of decision making. You need a lot going on there.
Got to say I do to a lot, but first we're saying I do to some caffeine.
Yes, in fact, let's join us with a coffee break.
Topping your morning business report, American consumers are feeling less optimistic this month. The Conference Board's Consumer Confidence Index declined in February to a reading of 106.7. The numbers dropped from a 6-month high. This is the first decline in 3 months.
Apple is reportedly scrapping plans to build an electric vehicle. Now, according to multiple reports, investments on the vehicle known as the Project Titan will now be shifted AI research. Reports show that some workers on the team will be moving to Apple's AI group, while others could be laid off. The project is said to have cost the tech giant billions, as the EV, I should say, was expected to potentially match the capabilities of the Tesla vehicle.
Now it's time for today's America Steals and Deals.
The following segment is sponsored by Naki.
Let me tell you about the most fabulous at-home microdermabrasion device that you can find out there. This is from Dr. Lancer, dermatologist to the stars. He's been in the business for 40 years. This is going to be a way to help make your skin more youthful, get all those dead skin cells off. It's amazing. Let me show you how to use it. I love this. So it's going to come with 2 different diamond tips here. That diamond tip is helping with all of the exfoliation. The smaller head is for your face and your neck. But then if you want to use the bigger tip here, that's going to be for your body. So it's really going to help with exfoliation. Then as you're using it, I actually would go an upward pattern and you're going to hear this suction. Well, that's a vacuum suction. Now, when you're done using this, it's going to come with additional filters. You get 200 treatments with this. So you could do what Dr. Lancer does to all his celebrity clients in the comfort of your own home. It's going to leave your skin more radiant. Your makeup's going to stay on better. Your skincare will be able to seep and penetrate in. You're going to find this is the ultimate if you're just trying to age-defy your skin and really make it be the best it can. But I love that you are doing something that is not only good for your skin, but it's going to make it look really good as well. Microdermabrasion is sought after. Everyone tries to do it. And this is the same device that Dr. Lancer uses at his Beverly Hills office. You can do it at your own house. And it's available today at 51% off. Go to asadeals.com.
I'll illegally park on the smaller streets before I'll park on Patterson or Eastern.
Quality of life crimes remain top of mind for many residents, but mayoral candidates are talking about something else today, just ahead the issue they're planning on addressing instead of crime.
This while lawmakers in Annapolis continue to tweak the latest juvenile crime bills, but some across the aisle still can't agree on what needs to be included.
Well, we're tracking temperatures that are going to continue to warm up on this Wednesday, wind and rain as well. We'll break it all down for you as the next weather maker keeps rolling in. This is Good Day Baltimore.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Good Day Baltimore.
Good morning on this Wednesday, February 28th. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Megan Gilland. Meteorologist Justin Chambers has been busy tracking our next weather maker.
Yep, we're seeing the rain showers that are continuing off and on through the morning time right now, and temperatures that are very mild, even warm. Little bit of a break right now as we look out over the Inner Harbor, but still getting some sprinkles here. In fact, you can see on our HD radar a few more showers developing just west of Baltimore down toward D.C. So if you're heading on 295 or 95 south this morning, you're going to run into more of those showers. Same thing if you're going north up toward 83 into parts of Harrisburg and Lancaster as well. Our temps are in the 50s and 60s here, so it is very mild at this time, and we're going to continue to see those temperatures climb. Mild morning temperatures. We're tracking the wind and the rain, and then much colder conditions for tomorrow. We do have that potential for some thunderstorms as well later this afternoon. But you can see in your out and about cast, we'll get well into the mid and upper 60s through the afternoon today. Back with your full forecast. We'll do that in just a few.
Sounds good, Justin. Thank you. We've got your Len Stoller traffic network now. No major incidents or delays anymore to report. Most of the issues earlier are clearing up. It's still a lot of volume out there as you take a look at some of our cameras around the region there.
This administration believes that the quality of life crimes are no concern and would rather return to ignoring the nuisance crime.
Happening today, the top mayoral candidates are attending a forum to discuss environmental issues facing Baltimore.
Olivia Dance is joining us live with the details and why the topic of the forum may cause some frustration. Olivia.
Hey, Megan and Patrice, the forum is happening at 5:30 today at Mount Lebanon Baptist Church. And as you mentioned, the top mayoral candidates will discuss environmental issues. But this forum comes as quality of life crimes seem to be out of control.
Every day I come out to my car and I'm looking, worried that my window's going to be busted out.
I've had friends that have had their cars broken into, and I've heard from people that cops are barely pursuing it.
Residents are on edge as quality of life crimes run rampant, from car thefts to home break-ins and porch pirates. Residents are calling for change and action to be taken, but BPD is more than 500 officers short, making that a challenge. City State's Attorney Ivan Bates created the citation docket to address quality of life crimes, but very few citations have actually been written since it first launched. So we pressed top mayoral candidates Sheila Dixon and Mayor Brandon Scott about the quality of life issues. Dixon has been a victim of quality of life crime herself.
My son called me on the phone and said somebody broke through the door of the garage. He saw them leaving with the bike. The police department needs to step up. They need to get trained properly, understand what it takes, and then get out there and start providing these citations.
We're going to continue to focus on that. We, as an administration here, as the police department in Baltimore City, have always been focused on quality of life crimes.
And again, as residents remain concerned about quality of life crimes, today's forum will instead be focused on environmental issues. Of course, we'll be monitoring the event to see if Dixon or Scott address any of these crime concerns. But for now, reporting live in Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45. Good day, Baltimore.
Thank you, Olivia. In your Session 2024 coverage, as lawmakers wake up this morning, they will be in Annapolis debating Democrats' youth crime proposal, calling for sweeping reform to the state's juvenile justice system.
State Democrats hope to tackle some of Maryland's youth crime issues during a juvenile justice hearing, but there is a growing divide in Annapolis.
We have Shannon Lilly joining us live with more on the debate surrounding the next steps forward. Shannon.
Yeah, we know, Megan and Patrice, that the large juvenile crime bill from top Democrats is moving forward both in the House and Senate. In fact, we do expect more discussion on this bill today in the House. But meanwhile, there are some amendments and changes being made to this bill, and that has some people frustrated. In fact, a total of 14 amendments have been made to the House version of this bill. Now, some of those changes are just small technical tweaks. Others, though, change what crimes kids between 10 and 13 can be charged with. So lawmakers approved the changes, but ultimately had to wait to cast a vote. That vote could happen today.
You got to be frank, I'm really disappointed with it. I'd love to have more guardrails around juvenile offenders that offend multiple times, juvenile offenders that commit various crimes. I'm really bugged about the lack of accurate data.
So Delegate Robin Grammer there is a member of the House committee helping craft the policy plans moving forward. And he says that he still wants more data about juvenile crime. Right now, the Department of Juvenile Services says juvenile crime statewide is declining, but that is not what we continue to hear from prosecutors and the communities that are dealing with the realities of the crime crisis at home. So Grammer says he tried to require data reporting from each jurisdiction in Maryland, but that effort failed. Meanwhile, the Senate's version of this bill continues to be tweaked as well. We know that it has moved out of the Senate committee with those amendments and is now going to the Senate floor this week. So, of course, we'll continue to keep an eye on both versions of this bill as changes continue to be made. Reporting live, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 News. Good day, Baltimore.
All right, Shannon, thank you. Now to some top stories from around the state. 6 suspects, including 2 juveniles, are now linked to at least 80 violent crimes across Baltimore City and Baltimore County.
Attorney General Anthony Brown announced hundreds of charges against what he calls a gang. Officials say they've linked the 6 suspects to dozens of violent crimes, including murder, attempted murder, carjacking. Though almost all of the crimes were committed in Baltimore City, the case is being pursued in Baltimore County.
While we don't go into detail about the tactical or strategic reasons behind why we may bring a case in a particular venue, the enabling statute that we operate in gives us that flexibility to do that.
These individuals have done extensive damage to the city's neighborhoods and communities.
Investigators did not give details about the exact ages or alleged involvement of the two juvenile suspects, but one of those juveniles is allegedly linked to a dozen or more of these crimes.
Meanwhile, Baltimore County Police are providing an update on a shooting in Towson. They say a man was shot multiple times along Lockland Circle Tuesday afternoon. That victim was taken to the hospital. Police are not releasing his condition, but say that he is stable. There are no details about any potential suspects or what led to the shooting. Right now, fire crews in Texas are battling 4 major wildfires.
And a tornado in Illinois is leaving damage and destruction in its wake. Let's get right over to Tom Rogers in our live center. He's got the disaster declarations now in place. Tom, what's going on?
Yeah, that's right. In fact, right now we are taking you live over Ohio, where they were just zoomed in right off the camera here. We have to follow along with this helicopter because they were just showing some major damage in Ohio as that tornado that went through Illinois really left more impact in the Ohio Valley as it's calm now in this area. But there was some snow falling and some flurries falling there, but not showing any of the destruction. But there were some large farms and it looked like some kind of tree nursery that was just wiped out because of it. They have a lot of that, the glass, the plastic that blocks all those plants, and they were just ripped apart. So a lot of trees down and power down, and that was happening in Ohio. Now, officials say large hail, also wind gusts are still possible up to 70 miles per hour with this system. In fact, taking a look in Illinois, where we first saw this last night, you can see some other barns, some steel that is flipped over right there, and you can still see all the equipment that's normally covered by that steel. The steel is just peeled off from it and underway some damage that the actual tornado, and it's not official that it's a tornado yet, but they are saying it most likely will be a tornado reference there in that area. On top of this, power outages, they shot up overnight. Actually, right now, though, it's not as bad as what we were showing you earlier. I want to show you in Ohio when we were looking at 31,000, so it keeps going up. That number has gone up in Ohio, but as far as Michigan, that number was, that went up a little bit. It was 15,000 about an hour ago, so we're there at 19,000 outages, and they say that will be fluctuating as they try and get more power back online throughout the course of the day. Turning to our wildfire map, though, as we were talking about going to Texas now, and you can see this is the Panhandle right here in Amarillo, the largest fires. There's still a lot of them, though, even over here in Longview and Tyler, Texas, north of Plano. All these fires are happening, but there's 4 major ones that are burning in northern Texas. The largest, this one right up top here that I'm highlighting, and that's the Smokehouse Creek fire. That is now a size of 300,000 acres consumed, and it's 0% contained. In fact, it's so large that it's even going over into Oklahoma. Taking a look at some of the video just coming into our newsroom from this fire, and you can see some of the aftermath as people have been posting some videos showing you exactly what they're going through. Smokehouse has already grown to be the 5th largest in state history, even crossing, as we say, into Oklahoma overnight with those strong winds. And taking you to some of the other scenes that you can see right here. Let me see if this will play a little bit for us here. You can still see some of the fire that people were just posting earlier as they were driving through. So this is just coming down this morning. There's a bunch of videos that are showing you how close the flames came to where people were. The governor has issued a disaster declaration for 60 counties in Texas. Schools have been canceled. They canceled their classes today around the area, and several communities in the Panhandle are under evacuation orders as the fire threatened homes and businesses. Now, there was one major concern that was happening yesterday, and you can see an image of it right here, and it was a nuclear weapons facility in Amarillo, Texas, right in the middle and surrounded by fires. And you see the fire burning near the plant yesterday. That's about as close as it got because hours ago, officials announced that they had evacuated overnight, but now they are back open. In fact, that plant is working and operating, and employees are expected to show up there. So some good news that we're finding from the Texas. But I want to take you back. Let's see if still nothing on Ohio damage. They were showing great footage here just about 3-4 minutes ago, and now it's they're kind of trying to find some more. As you can still it looks like some of those properties down on the bottom still have some trees down and some roofs missing. So this is still a major issue. Now, we want to find out exactly this system that has been moving through Ohio and Texas is moving and getting closer to us. And we are going to find out exactly what that means and when we will feel the effects of it. So we'll go in with Justin here in just a little bit. Megan Patrice?
I have been in here being like, oh God, what if we got hit right now?
A Baltimore businesswoman shares her concerns over the addition of bike lanes. Still ahead, how the city is responding.
GOP Congress members questioning President Joe Biden's son about his foreign business dealings, what they hope to reveal with the closed-door hearing. Time now.
Developing news, the president's son, Hunter Biden, will be testifying behind closed doors on Capitol Hill today, and it's part of House Republicans' impeachment inquiry into Joe Biden amid allegations of influence peddling.
National correspondent Kayla Gaskins is joining us live from Washington. And Kayla, the GOP is very eager to get this going and to hear from Hunter.
Yes, they are, Patrice. So this is the most important testimony to date in the House GOP's impeachment inquiry into President Biden. Republicans finally get their chance to question the first son on his foreign business deals, his dad's involvement in those deals, as they dig for evidence of wrongdoing by the president. This testimony comes at an important moment for this investigation. There's been some recent setbacks and pretty significant ones. The FBI informant, for example, who provided key information against the Bidens, was recently charged after he admitted to making up the allegations. The investigators are now clinging to other evidence, though, although there are some doubts now among House Republicans about this inquiry. So this is a key chance for GOP leaders to convince their rank and file it is still worth pursuing. This is round two of attempting to question the first son. Hunter Biden's original subpoena date asked him to appear in December. It made headlines when he defied that subpoena and gave a prepared speech instead, saying he would testify publicly but not privately for fear his testimony would be misrepresented. He is not expected to do that this time.
Kayla, meantime, we know Michigan held their primaries yesterday. Donald Trump, Joe Biden both handedly won their party's nomination there for their sides there. The results had some warning signs for each, though. What are you hearing?
Well, Megan, taking a look at these results, there are signs both camps should pay close attention to, especially as we head towards November. So we'll start with former President Donald Trump. He did win 70% of the Republican primary vote, but that still means 30% voted for either Nikki Haley or they voted uncommitted. showing that although it's very clear he will win the nomination, there is a large chunk of Republicans who still need to be won over, and Trump will need their support to win back the White House. Now, as for President Joe Biden, it's also clear he will be the Democratic nominee, but Michigan's results were a warning sign from progressives, younger voters, and Arab Americans. They wanted to send a message that they are unhappy with President Biden's handling of the Israel-Hamas war. This effort exceeded expectations. So last night, about 100,000 Democrats that made up 13% of the Democratic vote chose uncommitted rather than choosing Biden. Michigan is an important state. It went for Trump in 2016 and then it swung to Biden in 2020. Both candidates need a strong turnout from their base to win the state in November. Megan, Patrice.
All right, all very interesting. We'll be following. Kayla, thank you.
9:17 now, and we are tracking the next weather maker.
Meteorologist Justin Chambers is here with what is coming our way. We see a little of what to expect out there behind you.
Yeah, we've seen some rain showers this morning. That's why those roads continue to be wet and will be wet most of the day. Even when we get some breaks like we're having right now, we will see more of that rain that'll develop not only later this morning, but especially as we head into the afternoon. And that's when that wind is really going to pick up and potentially could be a factor here for your outdoor plans on your Wednesday afternoon and Wednesday evening. 62, your current temperature at BWI Thurgood Marshall. Wind is okay right now, southwest about 7 to 10 miles an hour, but we expect that wind to continue to pick up, especially along this frontal boundary. And you can see where that front is. It extends all the way up through the Great Lakes. The cold air now working in behind what we just saw with tornadoes in Illinois and Ohio that Tom was talking about a little while ago, now getting snow in parts of Chicago. That colder air is racing up and running into all of this warm and mild air that we're seeing right here, where you can see those showers and even picking up some stray thunderstorms that are just to the west of us in parts of West Virginia and in southern Pennsylvania. Now, we do have that marginal risk for severe weather. This is 1 on a scale of 1 to 5, so it does mean that we have the potential for some damaging wind gusts, not only here at home, but up and down most of the mid-Atlantic, down through the Carolinas and all the way up toward parts of Canada. That's when that system is going to be moving through and giving us that potential for some of those strong winds that could be damaging at times. This is the hourly future scan here. Notice that by about 11 o'clock this morning, we'll pick up the potential for some heavier rain north of Frederick, right over through Westminster and northern Baltimore County. And then right about 2 o'clock this afternoon, that's when I believe things are really going to start to get going in terms of the line of heavier and moderate rain. That's going to be between about 2 and 5 p.m. So right as we get into that kind of afternoon and evening commute, picking up the kids, wind is going to be from the southwest and then shifting to be more from the west and northwest. And even by 6 p.m., it looks like the main line of storms will be out over the Chesapeake and moving out toward the eastern shore. By the time we get to about 9, 10 o'clock tonight, all of the rain is going to be done. And then what we have left behind is going to be the wind and that colder air. So our rainfall totals, we're looking at a good 3/4 of an inch, possibly close to an inch with this rain that's rolling through. No flood watches or warnings right now. We do have the wind advisory, however. This goes into effect starting at 6 o'clock tonight, where we could see those gusts at 40 to 50, close to 60 miles an hour for a lot of us. So we've been talking about securing those loose objects, especially after about 7, 8 o'clock tonight. That's when we expect the strongest wind gusts and into the overnight hours. So probably rattling your shutters a little bit as you're trying to sleep tonight. Mid to upper 60s for our highs today, but man, they're going to take a dive tomorrow. We're only going to be in the upper 40s, which is still kind of near average for the last day of February for leap year. And then mid to upper 50s as we get into Friday and Saturday. Overall, next week, we are seeing some numbers that'll get right back to the 60s. In fact, a pretty nice start to the month of March next week with drier conditions and those temps that will stay mainly in the 60s.
All right, Justin, thank you. We've got your Len Stoller Traffic Network here. Things looking much better. We had some incidents earlier, many of them now clear, but we still have a lot of volume out there as you take a look at some of our cameras around the region. The good news, we are moving. There is one collision, though, to keep you updated on. Frederick County blocking all lanes heading westbound on US 340. Just getting word of that one. Here's a live look now from our Len Stoller mobile track. This is 695 in Woodlawn. One of the issues out there this morning, you can see very slow going through there, bumper to bumper.
All this month, Fox 45 is saluting our champions of courage as positive role models who keep Dr. Martin Luther King Jr.'s dream alive. You can watch our Champions of Courage special on March 2nd at 11:30 a.m. on the CW Baltimore. You can also catch it the next day, Sunday, March 3rd on My TV Baltimore at 1 p.m. and then right here on Fox 45 at 11 p.m. Well, they say your health is your wealth, and February marks Heart Health Month. We have some easy aerobic exercises that will help you to take better care of your heart.
And we're getting ready for Baltimore Weddings Magazine Big Party on Tuesday. And of course, we can't talk about weddings without the cake. Yes, that's coming up next on Fox Baltimore Morning News. All local, all morning long.
Fox 45 News, winner of 16 2022 Regional Emmy Awards, more than all other Baltimore news stations combined.
Here come the brides. Baltimore Weddings has everything you need to know before you tie the knot.
Be More Lifestyle host Mark Clark is joining us live from the Visionary Art Museum. He's got more. Good morning, Mark.
Good morning, guys. Kelly is the cake queen, and she's going to be there Tuesday showing the wares. And so I understand, I mean, cakes, you got to have your cake for the wedding, right?
Absolutely.
So what can people expect? And tell us, what's the latest trend going on with cakes?
Yeah, we love being at the event from Baltimore Weddings. We bring mini cupcakes every single year. We have cookies. We'll talk about cakes. We can talk about our mini consultation, if you will. These are some of the cake trends that we're seeing. So we'll bring some cakes as examples, of course. We are bringing gluten-free and vegan this year because we know that is very popular. Our vintage style cakes are really popular. Dogs on the cakes are really, really popular this year. And then, of course, spring flowers, black cakes are very much in still. And then golds. We see a lot of golds this year.
What's the thing they say that some people, they order the decorated cake, but it's actually then they eat the other cake?
Yeah, so we make sheet cakes. They're sheet cakes to supplement for the rest of your guests. You have 200 guests. You don't want a 5-tier cake, maybe just a small cake to cut. Maybe you save the top tier, cut the little cake, and then we supplement the rest. So we just make sheet cakes for everybody else.
Little sheet cake supplement thing.
Yep. Nobody even knows.
Well, look, again, it's all going down Tuesday. Get great ideas. If you're thinking about being married, you want to be married, or you just like to be around people, this is going to be a great activity, guys, to come out and check it out on Tuesday.
Can't believe he didn't put a finger in that cake there.
Off cam, he probably, exactly.
Beautiful. We're going to put information on our website, foxbaltimore.com/newslinks.
How safe are bike lanes? Why one small business owner is blaming them after a car crashes into her shop.
We have to balance rehabilitation and redemption with the superseding weight of public safety.
Lawmakers in Annapolis continue to discuss a bill named after Baltimore Tech CEO Pavel Lapierre. Coming up, the one senator pushing back. 9:27 now on Good Day Baltimore.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Good Day Baltimore.
It is coming up on 9:30. That just does not look pleasant. We're taking a live look over Baltimore and the Inner Harbor. Temperatures are up, and that's great, but that's not going to last. We've got wet and windy weather that is here, and even more coming as the day progresses. Welcome back on this Wednesday. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Megan Gilland. It's warm. That's the other W we keep talking about. So kind of the silver lining.
We'll take
maybe
that.
At least for now, because it's changing. Meteorologist Justin Chambers talking about today and then the shift to tomorrow.
Tomorrow is ridiculously cold compared to, I mean, that's a huge temperature drop.
Yeah, vastly different. We're talking lower 60s this morning. We're going to be in the 30s when we wake up tomorrow morning. So it'll be, spring, which is what happens around here. We get this springtime temperature swings. It's almost officially spring. Meteorological spring starts on Friday. You can see the HD radar right now, bringing those showers from Cockeysville and Baltimore straight down the 95 and all the way down through D.C. Even picking up a couple of thunderstorms. You can see a few of those lightning strikes just north of Hagerstown, kind of riding right along the Mason-Dixon at this time. So here's a look at your statewide temperatures. We're still in the low to mid 60s for a lot of us, and some 50s as well. So across the region, we're still very mild and warm. Yard and gardening catch, you're going to get some good rain from Mother Nature to help that spring growth here, with temperatures in the mid to upper 60s this afternoon. But we're only going to be in the 40s for tomorrow, so that'll be a lot more of a reality check. Back with your full forecast. We'll do that in just a few.
Thank you, Justin. In your Session 2024 coverage, lawmakers in Annapolis continue to discuss a bill named after Baltimore Tech CEO Pavel Lapierre. She was killed in her apartment building last fall.
The bill would limit early release from prison for the most violent convicted sex offenders.
We have Shannon Lilly joining us live with the heated exchange among lawmakers. Shannon.
Yeah, tensions certainly ran high, Megan and Patrice, but we expect even more debate to be coming over this bill before the final vote. But this latest exchange was between some who oppose the bill and one senator pushing back. Take a listen.
This bill will not improve the safety of any of us in the community. All it does is increase sentence lengths.
We have these diminution credits that reduce these sentences significantly.
They do not reduce the sentences that significantly for crimes of violence. You see the 30 days, I believe.
Did you just miss the testimony that I heard? Here's an idea. Why don't we hold people accountable to the length of the sentence that they get?
So that was Senator William Folden, the Republican from Frederick County, pushing back against two public defenders opposing the bill at the Senate's Judicial Proceedings Committee hearing yesterday. Now, among those standing at the hearing in support, Baltimore City Councilman and Public Chair Mark Conway and City State's Attorney Ivan Bates, along with Pavel LePaire's mother.
I speak on behalf of myself, my husband, my son. We're committed to turning our horrific tragedy into a positive good.
She is pushing for Senate Bill 1098, or the Pavel Marie LePaire Act. It's named after her daughter, who was murdered in September. If passed, the bill would prevent those convicted of violent sex crimes from earning so-called good time credits toward an early release from prison. In LePaire's case, you'll remember Jason Billingsley, who's indicted in her murder, had received those very credits and was released early from prison following a 2015 conviction on a sex offense. Less than a year later, he was charged in LePaire's murder. And again, we do expect further debate and conversation over this bill before a final vote. We should note, though, that Governor Wes Moore and Mayor Brandon Scott, they both support this bill. Reporting live, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 News. Good day, Baltimore.
Thank you, Shannon. LePaire's mother also speaking during a hearing regarding the Pavel LePaire Legacy of Innovation Act. If passed, it would establish a new grant program for student entrepreneurs and startups in Baltimore.
This is an idea that originated from Prava herself, who knew well the impact of early stage grants, as her company, EcoMap, received a similar grant early on when they needed it the most.
Let's make money available. These young students have the ideas, they have the momentum and the energy. One thing they're lacking is the funding. We'll make the grants available so that they can keep their companies going.
Fox 45 News will continue to follow all of these bills in the coming days. For our complete coverage on this session, you can head to foxbaltimore.com.
If you feel your crime concerns aren't being heard, reach out to your lawmakers. House Speaker Adrian Jones and Senate President Bill Ferguson are two of the most powerful voices in Annapolis. Their phone numbers and email addresses are right there on your screen.
When the street moved closer to us, I said to the community association that we were going to get hit, and they acted like I was crazy.
While continuing coverage this morning, that Baltimore business owner says the addition of a bike lane in front of her business is creating more hazards. Just recently, a car crashed into her storefront.
Olivia Dance joining us live with her concerns and how the city is now responding. Olivia?
Yo, Megan and Patrice, Baltimore City Council has called a public hearing for next Thursday to better understand the problems posed by complete streets or streets with bike lanes, just like at 28th, which is the street that we're on now. But if we walk just a little bit this way, you can still see the damage on the side of Fringe Salon here. Take a look at that. That is from when a car came barreling into the side of the building. When the city redesigned this road just last summer, it eliminated a lane of traffic, added parklets and a bike lane, and moved the remaining lane of traffic closer to Laura Schneider's salon. So making turns, she says, suddenly became a safety hazard.
And they don't realize that people are going like 50 miles an hour coming from the highway, and so they get T-boned and creamed. Your values are about cyclists and safety. Well, I'm a cyclist, and I'm telling you that I don't feel safe.
The city calls this newly designed street a complete street, but Schneider is convinced this street is not a safe street for those on the road or near the road. She complains the construction had already begun before the community even had a chance to speak. And as I mentioned, City Council has called a hearing for next week to examine complaints about complete streets. Of course, we'll be monitoring that meeting to see if they come up with any solutions. And also, the city has installed concrete barriers here outside of the salon. in order to hopefully prevent any more damage to Schneider's business. But for now, reporting live in Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45. Good day, Baltimore.
Thanks, Olivia. Coming up, the Supreme Court hearing arguments that could ban certain attachments that some say is to blame for mass shootings that continue to plague the nation.
And we're going to see mild temperatures, but our next weather maker has rain and strong winds in store for our region. Meteorologist Justin Chambers tracking the timing of the system that we already see there. He's got all that in his full Weather Authority forecast. 9:37 is the time.
In just about 20 minutes, the Supreme Court is set to hear arguments about the bump stock ban.
Tom Rogers is joining us in the Live Center with what we could expect today. Tom.
Yeah, Supreme Court will begin to hear the case Garland versus Cargill at about 10 o'clock on whether to protect or overturn a ban on bump stocks. Going back to 2018, when the devices under the Trump administration were banned for sale and possession throughout the U.S. Federal law. Essentially, a bump stock is a device that harnesses the energy from guns' recoil to then make it quickly bounce back or bump back, making a legal semi-automatic gun fire almost as quickly as a machine gun or full automatic. The Trump ban followed the deadliest mass shooting in the U.S. was in 2017 when a gunman used the semi-automatic rifles equipped with bump stocks to fire down on concertgoers from a hotel window in Vegas. 58 people were killed immediately. Others died later. Hundreds were injured. A year later, then President Donald Trump signed that executive order making bump stocks illegal. However, now a Texas gun shop owner and gun rights advocate, Michael Cargill, who owns 2 bump stocks, sued the government over the ban. His lawyers arguing there's nothing automatic about how a gun modified with a bump stock. Well, last year, the Supreme Court agreed. They would hear this case after a federal appeals court sided with Cargill. Now, the Biden administration appealed, siding with the Trump administration on this ban. Now the Supreme Court justices will be taking into consideration the legal definition of a machine gun and if bump stocks can actually turn a gun into an automatic weapon. Their decision in this case not expected until the end of June. We've also been following something else this morning that we've been closely monitoring to see if Hunter Biden is walking in, and we're hearing words that he should be coming up any second now because he is due in court here in a matter of seconds too. So that's another breaking news story that we're following from the Live Center. Megan Beatrice, back to you.
Well, still ahead, there is a lot happening in Charm City. A big endorsement for a city council presidential candidate. And when you can tune in for the O's next spring training game. 9:41, you're watching Fox 45. Good day, Baltimore.
Happening today in Baltimore City. Baltimore City State's Attorney Ivan Bates will endorse Councilman Zeke Cohen for City Council President. That will be held at the Baltimore Kutz Barbershop at the 5900 block of Eastern Avenue in Baltimore.
Also happening today, Baltimore County Executive Johnny Olszewski, alongside Baltimore County Police Chief Rob McCullough and Maryland House Speaker Adrian Jones, will testify before the House Judiciary Committee in support of House Bill 810. The bill would change Maryland law to define a Glock switch as a machine gun whose possession is unlawful and subject to confiscation without a machine gun license. That is taking place at 1 in the Low House Office Building in Annapolis.
And the spring training action continues on for the O's today. They've moved out of Sarasota as they took on the Twins in Fort Myers. First pitch set for 1:05 in that stadium there, and this comes after the Birds beat the Detroit Tigers 5-2 on Tuesday.
And you can now watch Fox 45 News for free anytime on Amazon Fire TV or Samsung TV Plus.
All right, 9:45, and it is time to get a check of our next weather maker here.
Meteorologist Justin Chambers is here.
Tracking what we're seeing here, some more rain showers that have been moving through. This is what we're looking at from our Towson camera. Very mild conditions, even warm as you step outside. You can see the right side of your screen. Most of us in the upper 50s and lower 60s at this time. Overall, on our HD radar, we're seeing some of these showers from Towson down through Baltimore City, down into Anne Arundel County, up into Bel Air and Edgewood as well. Not really any lightning strikes here, but when you zoom out, we are definitely seeing a little bit more of that action, especially up in parts of southern PA, just to the west of Lancaster. And you can see out toward the western part of our state around Cumberland, we're picking up a few lightning strikes there as well. We did have some severe thunderstorm warnings that were in the far southwestern part of Pennsylvania. This is all along that frontal boundary that continues to march from west to east now, bringing snow to Chicago with that colder air and that front that continues to move through. And along that frontal boundary, we still have some showers and thunderstorms all the way down through middle Tennessee, in the mid-south, all the way down into parts of northern Mississippi and Alabama as well. So this line of storms is going to continue to track toward us. The entire region here under that green, which is a marginal risk for severe weather. And that marginal risk means that we'll have the potential for some damaging wind gusts as well. This includes pretty much our entire viewing area, save for Caroline County. So again, that marginal risk is going to be seeing those conditions where damaging wind gusts will be the biggest issue. So here's a look at our hourly future scan. The southerly wind coming in at that 11 o'clock hour, and we'll continue to see the mild and warm temperatures through about 2 o'clock this afternoon. Starting about 2 p.m. is when we'll have the chance for that heaviest rain. Between about 2 and 5 p.m. is when we'll have the largest chance for the heavier rain showers, and continuing to see the lightning as well as the possible damaging wind gusts. Then that wind's going to shift about 6 o'clock tonight, pushing more of this moisture out of here, but that wind shift is when we'll have the strongest winds, the west-northwesterly winds, at about 25 to 35 miles an hour. Overall, the rainfall total is about 3/4 of an inch in additional rain to what we saw yesterday, and the wind advisory starts at 6 o'clock tonight. Will go until 4 o'clock tomorrow morning. Notice the future wind gusts. Notice here the future wind gusts here at 8 o'clock in the 40-mile-an-hour range, 45 by about 11 p.m. So again, the strongest winds are coming later tonight through early tomorrow morning. Big drop off in temperature. So after the upper 60s today, we're in the upper 40s tomorrow, mid 50s on Friday. Then we'll see those temperatures climb, and overall, not too bad next week.
All right, we are having a good time over here, as you can hear. Trending now, we are ending American Heart Month on the right foot with exercises that will make your heart stronger. Brave Williams and Jennifer Riva with Workout Anytime are here with us now. Good morning, ladies.
Good morning. How are you?
Okay, so heart health is very important, and good time to focus on it. So exercises can help strengthen our heart?
Absolutely. I mean, yes. So we just opened our gym, Workout Anytime in Lanham, and it's all about the cardiovascular. It's all about strength training. Our gym is open 24 hours a day. So if you have insomnia even, you can come on in.
So give us some examples of what are some of the things that we can do. What are the exercises? Give us a couple.
Absolutely. Some simple things that anybody could do if you're not in a gym yet. You can just go for a brisk walk, like interval training during your walks, like 3 minutes of briskly walking, 1 minute of slowly walking.
And what that means, so an interval walking literally is 1 minute doing a brisker pace and then slowing it down for maybe minute 2 through 4. And that's something you don't need much to do.
And that's a good way for people to ease into it if they have not been working out.
Exactly.
All right, so now I want to step it up and I want to do more. What do I do?
Go ahead.
So even in the morning, right? Let's say you're trying to get out the house, you got to get your heart pumping. Something simple. I'll do the modified version. You could do. We all know how to do a jumping jack,
jack.
And
they're good.
They're good. But so the modified version, because it's all about low impact, right? So if you have any joint pains, literally going from side to side. I always say do 15 sets. So this would be one, and that's one. Right.
And if you haven't done the jumping jacks in a while, you don't remember how you can be winded at the end. It's a good cardio workout.
Absolutely. Yeah, it is. Something simple. As soon as you're done those 15, then you want to go right into your, I call them squats to tippy toes. So you're literally here in a regular squat position, and you're coming up on your toes. Now, if you do want to get that heart racing a little more, Jen, take it away.
There you go. My turn. Right. Thanks.
She's going to jump. I'm just going to raise to my toe. And already, when you get to 15, you are going to feel that.
Oh, yeah. We feel it. We feel it.
Absolutely. So it doesn't take a lot. It's really movement. You just got to get moving. And that's where your heart is going to get the workout that it needs.
But like blood pumping. So if you do cardio and strength training together, reduces the fat, because your stomach, the size of your stomach has a lot to do with your heart health.
Yes, that's a great indicator. And also, people don't realize the level of stress. Stress puts 100%. A lot on our heart. So even in our facility, we have a whole spa area for a sauna. Saunas, if used twice a week at the minimum of 10 minutes, it mimics a cardiovascular exercise. So come into Workout Anytime, get into the sauna.
There you go. You all are doing something tomorrow that people can come check you out in person.
Absolutely.
Yes, please. And it's right here in Baltimore. If you can't make it to our gym, our 24-hour facility, Workout Anytime, come meet us at the Reginald F. Lewis Museum. We are kicking off CIAA. I have Coach AP Austin. She's a phenomenal Zumba instructor, kickbox instructor, author, motivational speaker. She will be doing the fitness
portion at 12:45. It is a free event, Baltimore. So
Right.
You
Come on down. No excuse.
We like
No
free.
excuse. Come on down.
We like free. All right, work out anytime. You can get down to their gym, but just start moving. Get your heart moving for heart
start
health.
moving.
Yeah.
Just start
Thank
moving.
you.
Thank you,
so much.
absolutely.
All right, we're tracking the next weather maker. That is coming up in our 10-day forecast. Spring-like temperatures we're seeing, but it's bringing this rain and wind as well. 9:51 is the Oh. It's happening. Yes, the wait is almost over. The Masked Singer returns for season 11.